Hush now. Can you feel the shift? The ordinary world thinning, becoming porous. You've stumbled into Night Creepypasta Rules, the sanctuary where we collect the week's most potent nightmares, stories that cling like cobwebs to the back of your mind. Before we peel back the veil on today's delectable horror, tell me, what's the one sound that truly makes your blood run cold? Share it in the comments. Let's see if we can conjure it. And if this particular brand of disquiet resonates deep within you, then you belong here. Subscribe and activate all notifications. You wouldn't want to miss the exquisite torment we've curated, especially not this tale. Its conclusion is a razor blade, waiting to surprise you. Watch. Every second. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I say that's a lie. Some things, they cling to you, follow you home. Welcome to the night shift at the Fortuna Palace. A place where the house always wins, and the price isn't always money. My name is Ray Caldwell, a man seeking a clean slate. But I found myself living by 3 strange rules, just to survive the graveyard shift. What's the creepiest place you've ever worked? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step onto the main floor after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at the Fortuna Palace, the ghosts aren't just in the machines. They're cashing out. The shift begins now. The official slogan for the Fortuna Palace is where fortune smiles. After my first graveyard shift, I figured where sanity weeps was more accurate. Stepping off the baking Las Vegas street and into the casino was like entering another dimension. The air, cool and thick, with a cloying scent of stale cigarette smoke, cheap perfume, and something vaguely medicinal, pressed in immediately. Above, a million tiny lights blinked and shimmered on elaborate chandeliers, and the gaudy faux marble columns that held them up. The persistent electronic symphony of slot machines, chiming, cards shuffling, and distant, forced laughter created a constant, low-grade thrum that vibrated in your teeth. It was designed to disorient, to keep you from thinking too clearly. My name is Ray Caldwell. I wasn't supposed to end up here. A badge felt like a calling once, a way to stand between chaos and order. But that line blurred one night irrevocably, leaving behind only ash and the echoes of screams I couldn't silence. This job, this place, felt like a different kind of uniform. Less about justice, more about simply enduring. Enduring the hours, the plastic smiles, and the deep, unsettling feeling that pressed down from the moment I walked through the employee entrance. Vincent Delacroix met me in the small, windowless security office. He was immaculate, even at this hour, in a sharp suit that seemed impervious to the heat and the grime of the city. His movements were precise, economical, every word carefully chosen. He looked like the kind of man who knew where every skeleton was buried, and probably had the keys to the crypts. Mr. Caldwell, his voice was smooth, almost unnervingly calm. Welcome to the team. Your file mentioned a change in career path. He paused, his gaze lingering on me just a fraction too long. It felt less like curiosity and more like assessment. Needed a change, I said, keeping it short. The less said about the past, the better. He gave a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. Understood. The night shift here is unique. Requires a certain disposition. Attention to detail is paramount. And adherence to protocol. Absolute adherence. He guided me through the sprawling labyrinthine layout of the main floor, pointing out camera blind spots I'd need to monitor, emergency exits I'd never hopefully need, and the hushed, opulent high-roller rooms where fortunes were theoretically made and lost. The sheer scale of the place was overwhelming, a glittering, breathing organism designed to consume. Back in the security office, amidst the glowing screens, He laid out a slim, laminated card. Your operational guidelines, Mr. Caldwell. For the graveyard shift. Most are standard. Patrol routes, incident reporting, dealing with unruly patrons. He tapped the card. But there are 3 specific rules, unique to the Fortuna Palace. You will all commit them to memory. You will follow them without question. Your safety, and indeed, the smooth operation of this establishment, depend on it. He slid the card across the desk. I picked it up. The laminate felt cold. Beneath the standard procedures, 3 points were highlighted in red. Never look directly at the live feeds from the high roller oversight cameras between 3:15 a.m. and 3:45 a.m. What they record during that half hour, it isn't always for mortal eyes. Observe the room itself if you must, but not through those specific lenses. My brow furrowed. What exactly am I supposed to avoid seeing? Vincent leaned back, that unsettling calm firmly in place. Anomalies. Digital interference. Sometimes. Artifacts the system cannot reconcile. Looking at them directly can induce severe disorientation, even temporary delusion. We've had incidents. Trust the protocol. If any patron, regardless of appearance or prior behavior, attempts to cash out exactly $1873 in chips, precisely that amount, not a cent more or less, you are to signal floor management via silent alarm channel 7 immediately. Do not engage. Do not process the transaction. And under no circumstances are they to leave with those chips or that value in cash. They are not who they seem. $1873? I asked, my voice flat. It seemed like an absurdly specific amount. A legacy issue, Vincent said, waving a hand dismissively. Old system glitch. Sometimes generates phantom transactions. It's a security flag. Again, the explanation felt inadequate. A thin veneer over something much stranger. Should you hear the distinct sound of multiple slot machines, the old mechanical kind, a symphony of spinning reels and clattering coin payouts, emanating from the sub-level maintenance floor, where I assure you no such machines currently exist, or have existed for decades. Do not investigate. Seal the access door behind you if you are leaving the main floor. Hold your security credential flat against your sternum, and audibly recite the Fortuna Palace's official founding date, June 12th, 1978, until the anomalous sound ceases completely. I stared at the card, then at Vincent. Recite the founding date. Sir, with respect, this sounds like something out of a bad movie. Vincent's expression didn't change, or like strict protocols developed over decades to handle highly unusual, potentially disruptive phenomena. This casino has a history, a deep foundation. These rules are non-negotiable. Caldwell, follow them, and you have a job. Follow them, and you have a job. Ignore them. He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. He stood up. Your first patrol begins in 5 minutes. Familiarize yourself with the layout, the screens, and the rules. Especially the rules. He left the office, the sharp click of his shoes fading down the hallway. I sat alone with the glowing monitors, the distant hum of the casino, and the laminated card burning in my hand. The 3 rules felt less like procedures and more like incantations. And as my eyes scanned the dozens of security feeds, catching glimpses of empty hallways and silent gaming tables waiting for the morning rush, I saw it. Just for a second, a flicker of movement on one of the high roller room cameras. A shadow, too tall, too thin, passing through the empty space between 2 poker tables. When I blinked and refocused, it was gone. Just a glitch. Or maybe my eyes were already playing tricks on me. The night had just begun. The rhythm of the night shift settled in quickly, a monotonous cycle of patrols, checking locks, and staring at screens until my eyes burned. The initial oddity of the rules began to fade into a sort of weary acceptance. They were just quirks of the place, I told myself. Strange, yes, but probably harmless. Probably. I saw Elena Vasquez regularly. She worked the cocktail service, gliding between tables with a practiced smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She was sharp, quick-witted, and seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of the casino's gossip and history. We'd exchange brief nods or tired smiles in the quiet hours before dawn. One night, taking a rare break near the service elevator, we fell into conversation. "New guy, right?" she asked, her voice low, almost confidential. "Just about," I replied, sipping lukewarm coffee. "Ray? Elena, welcome to the Twilight Zone." "Welcome to the Twilight Zone." She leaned against the wall, her gaze sweeping across the empty floor, lingering on the distant, silent, high-roller section. "This place, it gets to you after a while. The noise, the lights, never seeing the sun." She shivered, despite the regulated temperature. "Got used to strange hours in my old job," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Yeah? What was that?" I hesitated. "Law enforcement. Didn't pan out." She nodded slowly, sensing I didn't want to elaborate. "Well, this is different kind of law enforcement. More about keeping things quiet, keeping the secrets in." She paused, her voice dropping further. "They got you on the rules yet, the special ones?" My hand instinctively went to the card in my pocket. "Yeah, the cameras, the specific cash out, and the ghost slot machines." A small, humorless laugh escaped her. "Ghost slots. That's what they call it now?" My sister used to call them the hungry ghosts. She worked here too. Before, her voice trailed off, her eyes fixed on something far away. "Before?" I prompted gently. "Before she disappeared," Elena said, the words stark in the artificial light. "About a year ago. Just vanished after a shift. No note, no trace. Police wrote it off. Fortuna Palace didn't make a fuss. Like she was never here." There was a hard edge to her voice now, a raw pain she usually kept hidden. "I still work here. Looking. Asking questions they don't want answered." Her words hung in the air, adding a layer of cold reality to the casino's polished facade. Disappearances. Hungry ghosts. Later that night, as the shift wore on, I felt the familiar pull as 3:15 a.m. approached. The air seemed to grow heavy, the low hum of the casino deepening in pitch. I sat at the monitors, my eyes scanning the layout, deliberately avoiding the 4 screens that showed the high-roller rooms. But I could feel it. A presence. Or just my imagination amplified by exhaustion in Elena's story. Then I heard it, faint, almost imperceptible under the constant casino noise, but distinct. A sigh, coming from the direction of the monitors I was avoiding, not through the speakers, but seeming to emanate from the screens themselves. A long, slow exhalation, heavy with sorrow. It raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I gripped the edge of the desk, forcing myself to breathe. It had to be the vents. Or maybe a speaker I hadn't noticed, picking up ambient noise. The feeling of coldness intensified, settling deep in my bones despite the temperature in the office. It felt like the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to look. I kept my eyes fixed on a distant, empty hallway feed, counting the tiles on the floor, counting the seconds until 3:45 a.m. The sigh didn't come again. The coldness slowly receded, leaving behind a residue of dread. After the window closed, I felt drained. I pulled out the laminated rules card, looking at the entry about the cameras. What they record isn't always for mortal eyes. And below that, the note about the $1,873. A phantom transaction, a security flag. Elena's sister. Hungry ghosts. A memory surfaced then, from my first day, of Vincent's vague explanation about legacy issues and old system glitches. It felt less like a glitch and more like a marker. A signature. Doing my rounds later, I checked my old patrol notebook from the previous security guard, left behind in a desk drawer. Most of it was mundane notes about lock checks and broken lights, but tucked between 2 pages, a small folded piece of paper fell out. It was just 3 words, scrawled in hurried handwriting. $1873 GB, they know. Days blurred into nights. The casino's rhythm felt increasingly like the pulse of something vast and inorganic. I followed the rules, avoided the screens, kept an eye out for suspicious patrons, but the odd occurrences, the small cracks in reality, kept happening. There was Thomas Green, the maintenance guy, a man who looked like he was carved from the dust and shadows of the sublevels. He shuffled around in worn overalls, a permanent stoop to his back, and a faraway look in his eyes. He talked to himself constantly, a low, mumbled stream of words I couldn't quite make out. Sometimes, our paths would cross in the early morning hours. He'd stop, look at me with roomy, ancient eyes, and mutter things like, "They walk the floor, can't see 'em, but they spend, or don't listen when the house calls. The house always wins, but it collects first." His ramblings were unsettling, cryptic, adding to the growing sense that this place wasn't just a building, but a system with its own dark agenda. Vincent's presence felt heavier too. He wasn't always visible, but I'd feel his eyes on me. A quick glance at a camera feed, and I'd catch him watching my monitor, a slight frown on his face. His polite inquiries about how I was adjusting to the shift started to feel like veiled warnings. Getting used to the quiet hours, Caldwell, the unique aspects. His smile never quite reached his eyes. Then, it happened. Just after 4 a.m., the main floor was nearly empty. Just a few die-hard gamblers clinging to hope. A woman approached the central cashier cage. She was nondescript, wearing faded, ill-fitting clothes that seemed out of place. Her hair was matted, her face gaunt, and her eyes had a disturbing vacant quality, fixed straight ahead, as if looking through walls. I was monitoring the cameras for the main floor, my hand near the silent alarm button, my heart already starting to beat faster. She laid a small stack of chips on the counter. The cashier, a young woman named Sarah, began to count them. My eyes were glued to the feed, to the woman. There was an aura of profound stillness about her, a vacuum of presence. Sarah finished counting. $1873 exactly, ma'am. How would you like that? My breath hitched. $1873. Precisely. Rule 2. Adrenaline flooded my system. I slammed my hand down on silent alarm channel 7. A small red light blinked on my console. I kept my eyes on the screen, watching the woman. She didn't react to the cashier's question. Instead, her head slowly turned. Her vacant eyes, magnified by the camera lens, seemed to bore directly into me, sitting in the security office halfway across the casino. A slow, impossibly wide smile stretched her lips, revealing dark gums and teeth that looked wrong somehow. It was a smile of pure, unnatural malevolence. Panic seized me. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The smile widened, wider than any human mouth should stretch. And then, right there on the camera feed, she simply blurred, like a ripple in water. The image flickered, and she was gone. Not walked away, not ran. Just gone. Sarah the cashier looked bewildered, glancing around the empty floor. Management arrived moments later, looking annoyed. They reviewed the footage, which showed the woman walking up, setting down chips, and then just ceasing to exist on camera. The chips were real, but the woman wasn't on any guest lists, hadn't been seen entering or leaving, and none of the other cameras showed her before or after that moment. The manager, a man named Miller, rubbed his temples. Another one, he muttered. Security issue. Must be a new glitch. I knew it wasn't a glitch. I knew I had just seen a hungry ghost try to cash out. and I knew I had seen it. Disturbed, I went out onto the main floor later, pretending to do a routine check. I found Sarah, pale and shaken. She insisted the woman was real, right in front of her, then just faded. I asked exactly where she had been standing. She pointed to a spot near the cashier cage. I knelt down, examining the polished floor, and there it was. Faint, almost invisible against the dark marble, a small crescent-shaped scratch, like part of a larger symbol, the same symbol I'd seen scrawled on that scrap of paper in my notebook. Incomplete. I needed answers. The casino's history. The year 1873. Elena was my best bet. I found her later that night, discreetly, during her break. I told her about the woman, the $1873, the scratch. Her eyes widened. You saw one? They're getting bolder. She glanced around nervously. 1873. That's the year. The year of the massacre. This place. It was a funeral home back then. Fortuna and Sons funeral services. Right on this spot. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. There was a terrible event. All the bodies, the staff. Gone. A fire, they said. But the stories, they say it wasn't a fire. It was the undertaker, the owner. Something he was trying to do. A ritual, a funeral home, a massacre. A ritual in 1873, and $1873 was the price, or the signal. The pieces were starting to click together, forming a picture far more terrifying than I could have imagined. The casino wasn't just built on history. It was built on death. Elena looked at me, her eyes filled with a desperate kind of hope. My sister. Maybe she found something about it. Maybe that's why. After talking to Elena, the polished surfaces of the Fortuna Palace felt like a thin skin, stretched over something ancient and malevolent. The constant electronic noise seemed like a desperate attempt to drown out something else. My suspicion of Vincent grew daily. His calmness wasn't natural. It was a deliberate mask. He wasn't just managing security. He was managing something else. He watched me, his gaze assessing, perhaps waiting to see if I was a threat, or perhaps a possibility. Caldwell, he said one evening, finding me near the employee lockers. Adjusting well? No. Unusual incidents to report? His tone was light, but his eyes were sharp. Quiet night, sir, I replied, keeping my expression neutral. Good. Consistency is key here. Follow the rules, Ray. They were put in place for a reason. A very important reason. A very important reason. He lingered on the word important, his smile tight. It felt less like encouragement, and more like a reminder that he knew I knew something. The pressure was building. The job was becoming less about surviving the night, and more about surviving the place. The air in the casino often felt charged now, thick with a strange energy that hummed just below the threshold of hearing. The subtle smells, the ozone, the old dust, that sickly sweet hint of decay, were more noticeable, particularly in the quieter corners of the building. One night, during my patrol route, I found myself near the access door to the sub-level maintenance floor. It was a heavy, reinforced door, unmarked except for a number pad. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This was the location of the third rule, the phantom slot machines. And then I heard it. Faint at first, like sounds from a distant room. The unmistakable click-clack of old mechanical slot reels spinning. The cheerful, tinny jingle of a jackpot payout. It grew louder, echoing up the stairwell behind the door. A chaotic, metallic symphony that defied reality. It wasn't coming from the main floor. I knew the difference in sound. This was antique, raw, undeniably originating from below. My heart hammered against my ribs. Rule 3, do not investigate. Lock the door. Badge to chest. Recite the date. The sound was intoxicatingly wrong, drawing me in, tempting me to open the door, to see what impossible thing was making that noise. My hand trembled, hovering over the door handle. Curiosity warred with sheer, primal terror. I forced myself to turn away. I grabbed the heavy handle of the main floor door I had just come through and pulled it shut, the lock clicking into place with a solid thud that felt woefully inadequate. My back pressed against it. I fumbled for my security credential, a plastic card that suddenly felt useless. I pressed the badge flat against my sternum, over my pounding heart. The sound from below continued, a relentless cascade of metallic noise. My voice shook as I began to recite the required mantra. Fortuna Palace. Official founding date, June 12th, 1978. The sounds from below seemed to mock me, growing louder, more frenetic. I could almost picture the spectral machines, tumbling reels spitting out cascades of invisible coins onto an unseen floor. June 12th, 1978. My voice steadied slightly. The air around me felt colder, and I heard something else mixed with the phantom slots. A low, guttural chattering, like teeth clicking together rapidly. I closed my eyes, focusing only on the date, on the words, on the plastic card pressed to my chest. June 12th, 1978. June 12th, 1978. It felt like an anchor in a rising tide of auditory madness. Slowly, painstakingly, the cacophony from the sublevel began to subside. The clattering lessened, the jingles faded, the spinning reels wound down. Finally, only silence remained. A silence that felt just as heavy and unnatural as the noise had been. I stayed there for a full minute more, breathing hard, the cheap plastic badge a cold comfort against my skin. What was down there? What was that noise? And who or what did reciting the founding date protect me from? Or was it protecting it? Later that shift, I sought out Elena again. I described the phantom slots, the cold, the chattering. She listened intently, her face pale. The sublevel. That's where the old foundation is, she whispered. Where the original building stood, the funeral home. My sister. She thought maybe something was still down there. Something connected to the undertaker. She pulled out her phone, showing me old newspaper clippings she'd found online, dusty scanned documents. The 1873 massacre was mentioned, briefly, officially ruled an accident or fire, but there were whispers, coded references in archive forums and local history blogs, to strange occurrences, missing people, and the Undertaker's curse that lingered over the site. One clipping showed a faded photo of the original funeral home building, a grim Victorian structure. Another mentioned the Fortuna family buying the land decades later. Maxwell Fortuna, Elena said, pointing to a name in a business article. He built this empire from nothing. Started with this casino. They say he was obsessed with luck, with breaking the bank. Almost overnight success. She looked at me, her eyes knowing. What if it wasn't luck, Ray? What if it was a deal? A deal. A deal with what? With who? The Undertaker. As we talked, Thomas Green shuffled past, his broom whispering against the carpet. He saw us, his clouded eyes fixing on me. He hesitated, glanced at Vincent's office door across the floor, then back at me. He fumbled in his pocket and with surprising speed slipped something small and metallic into my hand as he passed. His touch was cold, dry, like old paper. He shuffled on without a word, resuming his mumbled monologue. I looked down at my palm, a small, intricately shaped key. Old, gilded, but tarnished. Not like any key I'd seen for a door on the main floor. Elena leaned over. What is it? The key felt heavy, significant. I remembered Thomas's earlier rambling. In the old records, boiler room, the sublevel, the locked rooms I hadn't been allowed to access. My mind raced. The $1873, the vanishing woman, the phantom slots, the history. Vincent's rules, Thomas's warnings, Elena's sister, they all pointed to one place. Below, where the old foundation lay, where the sounds came from, where the undertaker's work began. Looked at the key, then at Elena, then back at the sub-level door number pad. The metallic tang of old rust suddenly strong in my nostrils. I think I know where this goes. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm, a tangible piece of the puzzle Thomas had given me. It was ornate, clearly not for a standard modern lock. Elena looked from the key to the sub-level door, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and grim determination. The boiler room entrance. It's around the back, near the old loading dock. There's a secondary access, supposed to be sealed off decades ago. Getting there meant navigating dimly lit service corridors and bypassing a couple of cameras Elena knew the blind spots for. The air grew thicker as we descended, the metallic tang of ozone stronger, mingling with a deep earthy smell like overturned grave soil. The rhythmic hum of the casino machinery above seemed distant, muffled, replaced by the groan of old pipes and the whisper of air vents that carried unnatural chills. We found the door Thomas meant. It was set into a brick wall that looked older than the rest of the corridor. Heavy steel reinforced with iron banding. No keycard reader, just an ancient, intricate lock. My hand trembled slightly as I inserted the key. It fit perfectly. With a heavy, grinding sound, the tumblers turned, and the latch sprang open. A gust of cold air, rank with mildew, and that same sickly sweet smell, hit us as I pulled the door inward. Beyond was utter darkness, impenetrable, even by the faint light from the corridor. Elena produced a small, powerful flashlight from her bag. The beam cut through the blackness, revealing a narrow, stone-walled passage descending into the earth. The air pressure felt different here, heavier, pushing in on my eardrums. The sound of the casino was gone, replaced by a profound, waiting silence. "This is it," Elena whispered, her voice tight. "The old foundation." We descended slowly, each step echoing loudly in the oppressive quiet. The walls were rough-cut stone, sweating with condensation. As we went deeper, the temperature plummeted. My breath plumed in the frigid air. The smell of damp earth and decay intensified, thick enough to taste. We passed rusting equipment, abandoned wiring, the forgotten guts of the building above. Then the passage opened into a larger chamber. It was low-ceilinged, carved roughly into the rock and soil. In the center sat a single heavy wooden desk, coated in a thick layer of dust. Behind it stood a towering empty shelving unit, filled with what looked like ancient bound ledgers. And against the far wall, a strange, low, altar-like structure of dark stone, covered in dried, flaky residue that looked chillingly like blood. Carved into the stone were symbols, complex and disturbing, some of them matching the partial symbol I'd seen scratched on the floor. The undertaker's office, Elena breathed, the beam of her flashlight shaking slightly. This was it. We moved towards the desk. The air here felt heavy, charged, like standing too close to a live electrical wire. The dust on the desk disturbed, revealing dark, polished wood. On the desk sat a single thick ledger, bound in what looked like human skin. My stomach turned. With trembling hands, I opened it. The pages were brittle, filled with spidery, dark ink, names, dates, and besides each name a notation, a symbol, not monetary values, something else, harvests, offerings. And the dates stretched back, not just to 1873, but further, though the entries from 1873 were numerous and particularly grim. And among the later entries, I saw it. Elena's sister's name, and below it, other names I recognized from missing person reports or casino gossip. They weren't gambling losses, I said, my voice hoarse. They were the price. Elena cried out softly, seeing her sister's name, seeing the symbol beside it. Suddenly, the single light from Elena's flashlight flickered violently. The air pressure dropped painfully. A low, resonant hum began to fill the chamber, emanating from the stone altar. It vibrated through the floor, up my legs, into my teeth. The symbols on the altar glowed faintly with a sickly green light. And then, the voice. It wasn't spoken aloud, but echoed in my mind. A dry, rasping whisper that felt like bone grinding on stone. You trespass on sacred ground, on profitable ground. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward. Not Vincent, as I knew him. The suit was the same, but the face was wrong. Features seemed to stretch and distort. Eyes holding a cold, ancient malevolence that curdled the blood. His smile was the same impossibly wide, dreadful smile I'd seen on the vanishing woman. Mr. Caldwell. Elena. His voice was Vincent's, but overlaid with that dry whisper, like two sounds fighting for control. I anticipated your curiosity. The key. A careless gift from Thomas. He's always trying to disrupt the flow. My heart hammered. Vincent, what are you? The face shifted again, settling into something closer to Vincent, but the eyes remained those of the void. I am a steward, a conduit, the worthy successor to Fortuna and Sons, the Undertaker's chosen representative in this age. He gestured around the chamber. This is the true foundation. The engine. The casino above. A facade. A beautifully crafted trap, designed to draw them in. The desperate, the lost, the unlucky. The rules, Elena whispered, understanding dawning with horrifying clarity. They aren't for our protection. They're for their control. Precisely, Vincent, or the entity controlling him, confirmed, a chilling satisfaction in his tone. The cameras at 3:15. That is the harvesting hour, when the collected energy is most potent. Looking disrupts the connection, scatters the essence. Painful for them, disruptive to the process. He gestured to the altar. This is where the collected essence is processed, refined. The $1873, that is the access code, the value of a soul in the old ritual. When they present that specific amount, they are marking themselves for collection, signaling their readiness. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Most don't even know they have that amount, but the house, it nudges them, guides them through their losses, their despair. He pointed to the rough opening wound come through, and the sounds below, the hungry ghosts. Those are the unlucky souls, trapped in the foundation, their energy fueling the luck above. The founding date, it's a leash, a binding phrase woven into the very structure of this place by the first Fortuna, the Undertaker's son, to give the living just enough control to operate the system without becoming completely consumed. He stepped towards the ledger. Your sister, Elena, she found this chamber, tried to interfere. She was a valuable addition to the collection. Elena screamed, a raw sound of grief and rage. You monster! Not a monster, Vincent corrected, the dry whisper dominating now. An entity of efficient transaction. I offer prosperity, fortune, to those on the surface, in exchange for a modest collection. A fair trade in the grand scheme. He fixed his gaze on me. And you, Ray, a policeman, burdened by guilt. A policeman seeking absolution, a prime candidate. Your essence, it has a certain resonance, a depth of despair. The Undertaker finds you most promising. My mind reeled. The past I was trying to escape had led me here, to a place where the truly lost were harvested. The casino's luck wasn't random chance. It was stolen life force. The rules weren't bureaucratic quirks. They were the chains that bound reality to this ancient evil. My old job felt pointless now. This was true chaos. True injustice. I won't let you, I said, my voice shaky, but firm. The fear was immense, but something else was rising. The old sense of duty, battered, but not broken. Vincent Undertaker laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across concrete. You don't have a choice, Ray. You are already part of the system. You found the ledger. You understand the rules now, their true meaning. You are compromised. He lunged, not with physical force, but with a wave of chilling energy that hit me like a physical blow, sending me stumbling back against the stone wall. Elena cried out, scrambling away. The air around Vincent shimmered, growing cold enough to freeze bone. Shadows seemed to detach themselves from the walls, swirling around him. The scent of decay became overpowering. You can't win! Win! Vincent's voice boomed, the dry whisper now a chorus of unseen voices. The house always wins. Desperation surged. I looked at the ledger, at the altar, at the ancient symbols. The rules, they weren't just bindings for us, they were bindings for it. The founding date, the specific amount, the cameras, they controlled the flow, the collection. If I could disrupt the flow, I had to act. I grabbed a heavy rusted pipe leaning against the wall. The spiritual attack intensified. Images flashed before my eyes. The night my partner died, twisted into grotesque parodies. Whispers in my mind, dredging up every failure, every regret. You couldn't save yourself. You can't save yourself. You belong to the house now. Elena, seeing my struggle, grabbed a handful of dust and rubble from the floor near the altar, dust that felt strangely warm and gritty. She hurled it at Vincent Undertaker. It didn't seem to physically harm him, but it caused him to recoil, a hiss escaping him. Distraction, she yelled, taking my chance. Ignoring the psychic assault, I lunged towards the altar, raising the pipe. The Undertaker's attention snapped back to me. No! The chorus of voices shrieked. My foot slipped on the damp floor. I stumbled, falling towards the altar. As I fell, my hand instinctively reached out, not for the pipe, but for the ledger. My fingers brushed the cover, and a wave of pure, unadulterated agony shot up my arm. The ledger wasn't just bound in skin. It was skin, living, suffering. But the touch seemed to briefly connect me to something else. The trapped souls, their whispers joined the chorus of the Undertaker, a cacophony of pain and confusion, but also a flicker of resistance. Vincent Undertaker moved to intercept me, his form solidifying, reaching out with hands that seemed too long, fingers ending in sharp, dark nails. I saw the flash of movement on a screen in my mind, the rule about the cameras, the harvesting hour, 3:15 to 3:45. It wasn't just about avoiding seeing them. It was about what they did. They recorded. They captured. An insane idea formed. I wouldn't disrupt the ritual. I'd redirect it. Use the very tools they used against them. I looked around wildly. A forgotten piece of old heavy camera equipment, likely from before the modern system, lay in a corner, damaged but perhaps still capable of something. Or maybe not. The odds were impossible. Vincent Undertaker was almost on me. Elena cried out again, trying to create another diversion. I made a split-second decision. Forget the camera. Use what I knew. The $1873. The access code. The signal. It drew them out. I didn't have chips, but I had understanding. And I had desperation. 1873. I roared, the number echoing in the small chamber. I didn't have the exact amount, but I had the intent. the recognition of the signal. Vincent Undertaker froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What? What are you doing? Simultaneously, I ripped the ledger from the altar, a tearing sound, wet and sickening. The book writhed in my hands, the glowing symbols on the altar dimmed slightly. The chorus of whispers around Vincent intensified, becoming a chaotic storm. The trapped souls, perhaps recognizing their signal, perhaps spurred by the disruption, began to rise within the very walls of the chamber. Thomas's voice was among them, clearer now, a frantic "Run! Run, boy!" The Undertaker's form, channeled through Vincent, began to buckle, shimmering like the vanishing woman. The concentration, the control, was breaking. I didn't wait. Elena. The door. Go! I threw the writing ledger towards the altar, a desperate act of defiance. It landed on the stone with a wet thud, seeming to fuse with it. The green light flared violently. Vincent Undertaker shrieked, a sound that wasn't human. "You fool! You've only delayed." His form dissolved into a vortex of shadow and that sweet, sickening smell. Elena was already scrambling for the door, fumbling with the ancient lock. I backed away from the altar, the cold intensifying, the whispers no longer just in my head but seeming to emanate from the very stone walls. A rising tide of confused, angry voices, some grateful, some still hungry. The sounds of the phantom slots began to rumble from deeper within the earth. The system was breaking down. The Undertaker was still here, still bound to this place, still collecting. But maybe I had bought some time. Maybe I had disrupted the flow. I turned, stumbling towards the door, Elena finally pulling it open, a sliver of blessed mundane casino light cutting through the ancient darkness. The sounds of the casino above seemed impossibly loud now, a symphony of life and loss that felt both comforting and horrifying. As I scrambled through the doorway, a final whisper, colder than the rest, brushed against my ear, seeming to follow me from the chamber. The price has been paid, for now. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind us, the ancient lock clicking back into place with a finality that sent shivers down my spine. The sudden return of the casino's ambient noise felt like a physical blow after the oppressive silence and the chaos of the chamber below. The bright, flashing lights, the artificial cheerfulness, it all felt grotesque now, a garish mask on a face of death. Elena leaned against the cold metal of the door, breathing in ragged gasps, tears streaming down her face. "My sister," she choked out, the name a heartbroken whisper. I stood beside her, leaning on the rusted pipe, my body aching, my mind reeling. The ledger, the altar, Vincent's twisted form, the whispers of the trapped souls. It was too much to process. The scent of decay seemed to cling to us, a foul perfume in the perfumed air of the casino. "He's gone," I said, my voice hoarse, or pushed back. "Whatever he was, he's part of this place," Elena said, wiping her eyes with a trembling hand. "He is this place, the Undertaker." Vincent was just the face he wore. We stayed there for a long moment, letting the surreal reality of the casino wash over us, trying to anchor ourselves back in this artificial world after dipping into the horror beneath. My badge was still clutched in my hand, the plastic cool and inert, a symbol of a job that no longer felt remotely real. Footsteps approached. Vincent, or what was left of him. He rounded the corner, his suit disheveled, his face pale and sweaty. The composure was gone, replaced by a frantic, wide-eyed look. He looked human again, but broken. "Caldwell, Vasquez," he snapped, his voice sharp with panic, not the smooth calm from before. "What the hell happened down there? The system's gone haywire. Readings off the charts. What did you do?" He stopped short when he saw the pipe in my hand, the dirt and grime on our clothes, the raw fear in our faces. His eyes darted to the locked sub-level door behind us. A flicker of the ancient malice returned to his gaze, but it was quickly masked by confusion and something that looked like genuine alarm. The Undertaker's hold had been weakened, but maybe not severed. "We found it, Vincent," I said, my voice low. "We found the records. The ledger. We know what this place is." His face went slack for an instant, a mask cracking. Then, just as quickly, he regained a semblance of control. "Nonsense, Caldwell. You've been down there too long. The air quality, it can cause hallucinations. Step away from the door. We need to assess the damage." He took a step towards us. Despite the facade of concern, I saw the predatory glint in his eyes. He wanted to get back down there, to fix whatever I had broken, to reassert the Undertaker's control. "Stay back, Vincent," I warned, raising the pipe slightly. He paused, assessing the situation. Two scared, dirty employees, one with a pipe. Against the director of security, he seemed to calculate the optics. And perhaps the risk of engaging us physically when he was clearly weakened. "This isn't over," he said, his voice dropping back to a low growl that carried a chilling resonance. "You've interfered with things you don't understand. There will be consequences." He turned abruptly and walked away, heading towards the security office, presumably to try and salvage whatever system I had disrupted. His figure seemed smaller now, less imposing, but the lingering sense of something ancient and hungry clinging to him was unmistakable. Elena and I exchanged a look. We were alive. We had survived the climax, but the threat wasn't gone. Me had survived the climax. It had just retreated into the shadows, licking its wounds. The casino above was humming along, blissfully unaware of the battle fought in its forgotten depths, or the price its luck demanded. "What do we do now?" Elena asked, her voice barely a whisper. I looked at the heavy door, at the casino lights, at the direction Vincent had gone. "Call the police. Tell them a casino director is a vessel for an ancient evil, and the building is powered by harvested souls. They'd lock us up for psychiatric evaluation before the first patrol car reached the strip. The media? Maxwell Fortuna's influence would bury the story faster than we could say Undertaker. No, we were on our own. We had proof. The knowledge, the key. Maybe even some residual energy clinging to us. But against the power and influence of the Fortuna Empire, it was nothing. My mind went back to my past, to the case I couldn't solve, the life I couldn't save. I had failed then because I had followed the rules, the procedures, the system. I had trusted that the system would deliver justice. It hadn't. This time, the rules here were clearer, more terrifying, and I had just broken them. We needed to figure out how to fight back. Not against Vincent, or even just the Undertaker, but against the entire house itself. And the house, I knew, always found a way to collect. As I stood there, the adrenaline starting to fade, a new fear began to creep in. Not just for what was below, but for what would happen now that I had disturbed it. The house might always win, but it also remembers who tried to cheat. Life outside the Fortuna Palace continued as if nothing had happened. The sun rose over the desert, the strip glittered under the clear blue sky, and tourists poured into casinos, chasing luck. For Elena and me, though, the world had irrevocably shifted. The neon signs no longer felt like promises of fun, but like beacons drawing moths to a hungry flame. We didn't go back to work immediately. We called in sick, inventing flimsy excuses. Every time the phone rang, I expected it to be Vincent, his voice stripped of its facade, delivering a threat. Or worse, that dry, rasping whisper in my ear. We met in a small, anonymous diner off Strip. The smell of frying bacon and cheap coffee, a strange comfort after the decay of the sublevel. We talked in hushed tones, poring over Elena's printouts of news clippings, trying to make sense of the madness. We tried contacting a few local journalists. Elena knew, hinting at a story about the casino's dark history and mysterious disappearances. They listened politely, their interest fading the moment we went beyond rumors and started talking about ancient rituals and haunted foundations. The name Fortuna had a way of shutting doors. We even considered going to the police, to my old department contacts. But the memory of Vincent's calm denial, the easy dismissal of the $1873 incident, as a glitch, echoed in my mind. They wouldn't believe us. They couldn't believe us. Not without proof that stood up to forensic analysis. Not just a twisted ledger made of skin and a key to a forgotten chamber. Elena found a small, online forum dedicated to local Las Vegas legends and unexplained phenomena, hidden deep within archived posts. Someone had mentioned the Undertaker's curse on the land where the Fortuna Palace stood, hinting at a pact made long ago. The poster, under a pseudonym, had written cryptic warnings about certain times of night and specific numbers. The last post was dated over a year ago. Went to investigate. Heard the singing from below. Never again. The singing. Rule 2. The melodic vocalizations carried on the wind or from beneath the ice, or from below the maintenance floor. It wasn't just a northern phenomenon. It was a sound the trapped souls made, or perhaps the Undertaker's own macabre song. A few days turned into a week. No direct threats came. No visits from Vincent. The silence was almost worse than the confrontation. It felt like the house was simply waiting, letting us stew, letting us realize the futility of trying to expose it. One afternoon, driving aimlessly, I passed the Fortuna Palace. It was daytime. The neon lights muted by the sun, the building looking less imposing, almost ordinary. But as I drove by, I felt that familiar sense of coldness, of being watched. I glanced at the high roller room windows on the upper floors. Were those just reflections I saw in the glass, or something else? Elena decided she couldn't stay in Vegas. The city and the casino felt like a cage built of neon and fear. She packed her things, determined to start over somewhere far away. Before she left, she hugged me tightly. "Be careful, Ray," she whispered. "Don't let it get you. Don't become another number in that book." I wished her luck, though the word tasted like ash. She drove away, a small dot, vanishing into the endless desert highway. I was alone again, just like when I first arrived in Vegas, seeking anonymity. Only now, I was burdened by a terrible truth, and marked by a force I couldn't comprehend. I didn't go back to my apartment that night. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. The room was bare, smelling of disinfectant and desperation. I lay on the thin mattress, staring at the ceiling, the hum of the ancient air conditioner doing little to block out the echoes in my mind. The rustle of the ledger, the dry whisper, the jingle of phantom coins, the awful silence after the klaxon. Sleep wouldn't come. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every creak of the building felt like footsteps. And then, subtly, insidiously, I heard it, very faint, coming from everywhere and nowhere. The distinct tinny jingle of an old slot machine payout. It was muted, as if coming from far away, or perhaps from somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. But it was unmistakable. The sound I had heard from below the maintenance floor. The sound that signaled the presence of the hungry ghosts. My body tensed, every muscle coiled. I held my breath, listening intently. Was it real? Or was my mind finally breaking, giving in to the paranoia and trauma? The sound faded. Just the hum of the AC again. A trick of the mind. Had to be. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself to relax. And then, a whisper, cold and dry, right beside my ear. "The price has been paid. For now." My eyes snapped open. There was nothing there. just the empty, stale air of the motel room. But the cold lingered, and the whisper felt real. More real than the motel, more real than the night outside. The Undertaker was still here, still collecting, and he hadn't forgotten me. I had disrupted his game, but I hadn't won. The house always wins. It just takes its time collecting. And I had the chilling feeling that my name, Ray Caldwell, was already etched somewhere, on a new ledger, waiting for the final tally. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the silence, knowing it wasn't empty. The sounds would come again. The whispers would return. I had survived the night shift. But the shift wasn't over. It had just followed me home, and the thought was colder than any Arctic wind. The games were just beginning. The house always wins. Ray Caldwell learned that some prices are paid in something far more valuable than chips. The rules weren't just for the job. They were a desperate attempt to manage an ancient horror lurking beneath the neon. The Undertaker's ledger. It has long reach. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final chilling collection call. The twist that reveals the true, terrifying reach of the Fortuna Palace's curse. The last few moments will leave you questioning your own luck. What do you think the $1873 truly signifies? What is the relationship between Vincent and the Undertaker? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night shift at the Fortuna Palace, if the house hasn't collected you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some games, they never truly end, and the price is always due. They said the warehouse had character. Turns out, its character was trying to erase you. Welcome to Blackwell Logistics, a hulking brick building by the Boston docks, where the history isn't just in the walls. It's lurking in the shadows. My name is Noah Mitchell, an ex-Navy man looking for solid ground. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to stay alive on the night shift. What's the creepiest job you've ever had? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step onto the floor after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at Blackwell, the past isn't dead. It's just waiting to replace you. The shift begins now. They told me the warehouse had character. Turns out, its character was trying to kill you. Blackwell Logistics wasn't just old. It felt ancient, even by Boston standards. A hulking, brick behemoth squatting by the docks, its windows dark and vacant like empty eye sockets. The air outside smelled of salt, exhaust fumes, and the distant, damp rot of the harbor. Inside, it was a different kind of decay. A dry, metallic scent, like rust and old dust, mixed with something stale and chemical. The place hummed with a low, resonant vibration that seemed to sink into your bones, a constant reminder of its 100-year history as a wartime manufacturing plant. My name is Noah Mitchell, ex-Navy, spent 5 years staring at the vast, indifferent ocean. Thought I'd seen emptiness. This place, it felt emptier somehow. A different kind of void. I was looking for solid ground. A place to just be, away from the rocking deck, the smell of brine and diesel, and the ghosts of things I couldn't change. A warehouse job in Boston felt like the opposite of all that. Stable, predictable, safe. I was wrong. Margaret Chen was the operations manager, sharp, efficient, and moved with a calculated precision that bordered on unnerving. Her office was sterile, a bubble of modernity in the decaying heart of the building. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. Mr. Mitchell, she said, her voice cool and clear. Welcome to Blackwell Logistics. Your background indicates a capacity for discipline and adherence to protocol. Those qualities will serve you well here. She slid a laminated card across the polished desk. Your job duties are standard. Receiving, stocking, inventory. You'll be working the night shift. Less traffic, fewer distractions. Her eyes, dark and assessing, met mine. However, this building has unique operational requirements, decades of history, complex infrastructure. There are certain procedures critical to maintaining efficiency, and, frankly, your own safety. She tapped the card. 3 specific guidelines, Mr. Mitchell. Above and beyond the standard safety manual, they are non-negotiable. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, I said, picking up the card. It felt colder than the room's temperature suggested. The first rule, highlighted in red, immediately caught my attention. Never work alone in the basement storage area. Always ensure at least one other person can see you at all times. The basement? I asked. Margaret's expression didn't change. The lower levels are prone to poor visibility and unpredictable drafts. It's simply a buddy system protocol for accountability and safety in low light conditions. Her explanation felt rehearsed, too smooth. Second, if you hear the vintage pneumatic tube system activate, it was disconnected in 1978. Leave that floor immediately. The messages aren't for modern staff. I frowned. A pneumatic tube system? I thought those were ancient history, disconnected in 78. So, it shouldn't activate at all? Correct, she confirmed. If you hear it, it's a system anomaly. Likely a pressure residual in the old lines causing noise. It indicates a need for maintenance on that section. Evacuate the area until it's cleared. Standard safety procedure for potential line bursts. Another plausible explanation that felt deeply inadequate. Third, should you discover an employee ID badge with your photo but someone else's name, lock it in the safe and call the emergency number. Your doppelganger has found you, and you have less than 24 hours. I stared at the card, then back at Margaret. My doppelganger? Less than 24 hours? The clinical tone of the first 2 rules vanished in this last one, replaced by something straight out of a horror movie. A doppelganger, I repeated, a dry laugh escaping me. Is this some kind of joke? Margaret's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Mr. Mitchell, I assure you, the protocols are not a subject for levity. This building housed sensitive military projects for decades. Unforeseen circumstances can arise. The emergency number on your card is a direct line to a specialized response team. Should you find such an item, you follow the protocol exactly. Her voice was firm, cold. The laughter died in my throat. Okay, not a joke, just terrifyingly serious. She gave me the key to the office safe. A small, heavy key. The emergency number was printed on the back of the laminated card. I noted it, a local prefix, but one I didn't recognize. She stood up. Your shift begins in an hour. James Sullivan, the night watchman, will show you around. Frank Wilson will be on your team tonight. Follow his lead initially, and remember the rules, Mr. Mitchell. All of them. She escorted me out. The sterile office air gave way to the warehouse's dusty chill. As we walked through a wide, empty receiving bay, I saw him, James Sullivan, sitting at a worn desk near the entrance. Old stooped, his face a road map of wrinkles. He looked like he'd been a part of this building for as long as the bricks themselves. He nodded at me, his eyes ancient and wary. Frank Wilson was younger, maybe my age. Nervous energy practically vibrated off him. He chewed his lip constantly, fidgeted with the scanner gun, and seemed to jump at every creak and groan of the old building. He forced a smile when Margaret introduced us. Hey man. Welcome, Frank said, his voice a little too loud. Night shifts, quiet. Mostly. Just gotta keep your head down. Do the job. He glanced around the vast, shadowy space, his eyes darting towards the ceiling, the corners, as if expecting something to leap out. Then, almost unconsciously, he reached up and touched his employee. ID badge clipped to his shirt. A brief, furtive tap. Margaret left, her heels clicking briskly down the concrete floor. The sound seemed to echo unnaturally in the cavernous space. I was left with Frank's jumpiness, James's silent watchfulness, and the 3 rules burning in my mind. Doppelganger. 24 hours. Pneumatic tubes from 1978. As Frank led me towards the central stocking area, the air grew colder. The low hum of the building seemed to deepen, becoming a resonant thrum that felt like it was vibrating inside my skull. I looked around, past rows and rows of stacked crates and pallets stretching into the gloom. The shadows here felt thicker, darker than they should have been. They didn't just fill empty space. They seemed to occupy it, to have weight and presence. At the far end of an aisle, where the shadows were deepest, a movement, a shape, too dark, too defined to be just a trick of the light. It paused, seemed to watch me, then flowed back into the deeper darkness. A shadow that moved like something alive. I stopped, my hand instinctively going to my side, searching for a holster that wasn't there anymore. "Hey," I said to Frank, my voice low. "Did you see that?" Frank stopped, his eyes wide. He followed my gaze down the aisle, into the gloom. "See what?" he whispered, his nervousness ratcheting up 10 notches. "Just something moved," I said, trying to sound casual, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Frank swallowed hard. He looked at me, his eyes darting, then back down the aisle. He reached up and tapped his ID badge again. "Right?" he said, forcing a shaky laugh. "Yeah, place plays tricks on you. Old building, settling." He turned and hurried down the main aisle, not waiting for me. "Come on. Gotta get this order picked before break." I followed him, but my gaze lingered on the dark aisle. The shadow was gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. Deep in the heart of Blackwell Logistics, where the rules were strange, and the shadows seemed to have a life of their own, my first night had just begun. The initial shock of the rules and the moving shadow began to wear off, replaced by the grinding routine of the night shift. Stacking boxes, scanning barcodes, the endless rows of silent waiting inventory. The strangeness receded to the edges of my perception, a low hum beneath the surface of the mundane. Most nights, nothing happened, and that, paradoxically, was almost unsettling in itself. The quiet felt deliberate, a held breath. Frank Wilson remained a bundle of nerves. He fidgeted constantly, his eyes darting around, and that nervous tapping of his ID badge became a tick. He worked fast, too fast, like he was trying to finish his tasks before something caught up to him. He never talked about anything personal, just the job, the stock numbers, the time until break. He avoided the basement whenever possible, always finding an excuse to send me or go to a different area. "Basement's a drag, man," he said one night, his voice tight. "Gets real cold down there. And you hear things." "Hear what?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. He just shook his head, refusing to elaborate. "Stuff. Just noises. Better not to go down there alone." His eyes pleaded with me to drop it. I met Ellie Rodriguez during the day shift handover. She worked in the administrative office upstairs, a brightly lit space that felt utterly disconnected from the warehouse floor. She was outgoing, cheerful, with a quick smile and an intelligent gaze. When I mentioned working the night shift in the warehouse, her smile faltered slightly. "Oh, Blackwell," she said. "My grandfather worked here back in the day, when it was still a factory. Said it was a weird place." "Weird how?" I asked, remembering the rules, the shadows. He never really explained. She shrugged, though her expression was thoughtful. He just said the boss, Dr. Blackwell, was brilliant, but strange. And that things happened that couldn't be explained, especially after 43, when they started working on special projects for the war. She paused. He kept a lot of old papers, notes about this place. Maybe I should look through them sometime. Her mention of Dr. Blackwell and the special projects resonated with the strange protocols Margaret had given me. It wasn't just an old warehouse. It had a history tied to something more than just manufacturing. One quiet night, patrolling the basement storage area with Frank, the air was thick with the smell of concrete dust and damp earth. It was colder down here, the fluorescent lights casting long, distorting shadows between the towering shelves. We worked in silence for a while, scanning pallets. I kept Frank in my line of sight, as per Rule 1. He was visibly uncomfortable, shuffling his feet, his eyes darting nervously into the gloom at the end of the long aisles. Suddenly, I felt it, a profound drop in temperature, localized to the far corner of the basement, despite the lack of drafts. The existing shadows seemed to deepen, clotting together. And then, a sound, a low, mechanical hiss, followed by a distinct whoosh of air, like something being sucked rapidly through a tube. Then, a clatter, metal on metal, the unmistakable sound of a pneumatic tube system activating. My blood ran cold. Rule 2. Disconnected in 1978. The message is on for modern staff. Frank froze. His eyes went wide with terror. Did you hear that? His voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, I said. My voice tight. Rule 2. We gotta go. Now. We didn't hesitate. We practically sprinted out of the basement, up the concrete stairs, back to the comparative sanity of the main floor. The sounds didn't follow us. We stood in the main bay, catching our breath, the normal hum of the building now a comforting noise. Frank was shaking. Told you, he gasped. Heard it before. Down here. Up on the third floor sometimes too. Sounds like something's trying to message. But there's nothing there. Nothing should be there. Nothing should be there. He tapped his ID badge frantically. Just gotta get through the shift. My mind raced. A pneumatic tube system supposedly disconnected decades ago, activating on its own. Sending messages? To whom? From where? The paper I'd found in my notebook, $1873 a boy they know, felt less like a random note and more like a piece of a larger, disturbing puzzle. And Dr. Blackwell's special projects. Was this part of it? Later that night, doing a solo patrol on the main floor, I passed the entrance to the employee break room. Through the small window, I saw Frank sitting at a table, staring down at his employee ID badge, tracing the edges with his finger, his expression one of sheer, soul-deep dread. Frank's anxiety became a palpable presence on our shift. He spoke less and less, his eyes hollowed out by lack of sleep and pervasive fear. He flinched at sudden noises and seemed to shrink away from passing shadows. That constant tapping of his ID badge was almost incessant now. He looked like a man being hunted. Margaret's behavior didn't help. She was rarely seen on the night shift, but when she was, her interactions were brief and chillingly detached. She moved through the warehouse like she owned the air itself, observing everything with those cold, assessing eyes. Any attempts to bring up the weird occurrences, the tube system, the shadows, Frank's state, were met with calm, dismissive explanations about old buildings, stress, or system anomalies. She was a wall of polite, logical denial. Heard you had some excitement down in the basement, Mitchell, she said to me one evening, her voice casual. The pressure equalizer must be acting up again. I'll put in a work order. Her tone made it clear the matter was closed. My suspicion of her solidified. She wasn't just unaware. She was deliberately downplaying, covering up. She knew about the rules, clearly understood their true significance, and expected me to follow them without question. One night, I noticed Frank wasn't at his station. I did a quick sweep of the nearby halls. Not there. I checked the break room. Empty. His scanner gun lay on a pallet, still logged into his account. He wasn't the type to just walk off the job. I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I radioed James in security. Sullivan, have you seen Frank Wilson? There was a long pause, filled only by static and the building's low hum. Then James's voice, low and shaky. Frank? No. Ain't seen him since break. Another pause. You check his locker. His locker is on the main floor, near the time clock. I went there, my footsteps loud in the quiet warehouse. It was a standard metal locker. The latch was slightly ajar. I pulled it open. Inside, amidst a spare change of clothes and an old lunchbox, was a small, flat object lying face up. An employee badge, not Frank's, but the photo. It was Frank's face. Gaunt, terrified, but definitely Frank. And the name under the photo, not Frank Wilson. The name was Arthur Jenkins. My blood ran cold. An ID badge. My photo, but someone else's name. Rule 3, my doppelganger. But this wasn't my photo. It was Frank's. So this wasn't my doppelganger. It was Frank's. And the rule said, your doppelganger has found you, and you have less than 24 hours. If Frank's doppelganger had found him, and I was holding the evidence, had Frank's 24 hours already run out? Had his fear been justified? The implication was horrifying. My doppelganger could be here, in this building, looking for me. And if I found an ID with my photo, my time would start ticking down. I remembered the moving shadow I'd seen my first night, the feeling of being watched. Frank's paranoia. It wasn't madness, it was anticipation. I held the badge, the plastic unnaturally cold against my fingertips. Arthur Jenkins. Who was that? Another employee from the past? Or a name from another reality? I went back to the security office, my hand trembling slightly. James was there, his eyes wide behind his thick glasses. I showed him the badge. He paled further, his gaze fixed on Frank's terrified face under a stranger's name. Oh, God, he whispered, his voice raspy. Another one, just like before. Like before, I pressed. Sullivan, what the hell is going on in this building? He looked away, shaking his head. Can't say. Noah, signed papers, promised. But it's the building. It takes folks, changes them, or replaces them. He looked at me, fear in his eyes. You found that badge. Yours could be next. You gotta follow that rule. Get it in the safe. Call the number. Maybe it buys you time. His words, combined with the rule, added a new chilling layer. It wasn't just a doppelganger finding you. It was finding its badge. As if the discovery itself was the trigger, the final step in some twisted game. I looked at the ID badge again. Arthur Jenkins. My mind went back to Elena. Her grandfather, Dr. Blackwell. 1978. The year the tube stopped. The year Blackwell supposedly died. The year the other Margaret Chen arrived. I knew I had to tell Elena about this. She was researching the history. Maybe the name Arthur Jenkins meant something. Maybe the date 1978 wasn't just random. Maybe there was a connection between the tubes, the doppelgangers, and Dr. Blackwell's special projects. My 24 hours hadn't started yet, but they could at any moment. I needed answers fast, and I had a terrifying feeling I was about to get them. Before I left the office, James Sullivan looked at me with a look of grim resignation. He's gone, Noah. Frank's gone. Or someone else is wearing his skin now. Frank Wilson wasn't seen again. The official story from Margaret was that he'd taken an extended leave. The staff didn't talk about it, but a nervous tension settled over the remaining night crew. Their eyes darted to each other, then to their ID badges. The fear was contagious. I contacted Elena, my voice tight as I recounted finding Frank's doppelganger badge and James's cryptic warnings. She was shocked but not entirely surprised. My grandfather's notes. He mentioned things like this, she said, her voice hushed over the phone. People changing, becoming different. He called them echoes from the other side. Other side? I asked. Dimensions, she explained. Parallel realities. Dr. Blackwell wasn't just making weapons. He was trying to open doorways. He believed this building, built on certain geological lines, was a nexus point. A place where the veil was thin. He built that pneumatic tube system not just for messages, but to send and receive something else. Information. Or maybe samples. Samples of what or of whom? She promised to dig deeper into her grandfather's archives, looking for any mention of Arthur Jenkins, the year 1978, or the echoes. Meanwhile, I stuck to my job, but every step felt like walking through a minefield. I deposited Frank's badge in the safe, the metal cold and solid against my skin, a symbol of a terrifying truth locked away. That night, during a routine patrol, I had to pass by the old pneumatic tube system terminus on the 3rd floor. It was a network of brass pipes and junctions running along the ceiling, terminating in a circular opening with a hinged door. The whole thing looking like a steampunk relic. It was supposed to be dead, but as I walked past, I felt a chill. The air around the terminus felt colder, somehow thinner. And then, a low mechanical whine began like a pump, activating somewhere deep within the building. It grew louder, followed by the distinct whoosh clatter, bang of the system coming to life. Rule of 2. Leave the floor. Immediately. My instincts screamed at me to run. But a new feeling, a grim determination born from fear and the mystery of Frank's disappearance, held me in place for just a second too long. Curiosity, the same cursed curiosity that had driven me in my old job. The small hinged door on the terminus unit near me rattled, then clanged open. A cylindrical container, like a metal canister, shot out and landed on the dusty floor with a thump. It rolled a few inches and stopped. My heart hammered. The message from the disconnected system. For whom? I hesitated. The rules said leave, but the historian in me, the former investigator, couldn't. Not yet. I walked cautiously towards the canister. It was made of tarnished brass, dented and scratched. No markings. I picked it up. It was cold, vibrating faintly with residual energy. There was a small latch. My fingers fumbled with it. It popped open. It popped open. Inside, rolled tightly, was a piece of paper. Not old, brittle paper like the note I found before. This looked newer, still aged, but deliberately so. And it was thick, almost like vellum. I pulled it out. It was a map, or a diagram, hand-drawn in dark ink. A layout of the Blackwell building, but overlaid with strange symbols, lines connecting different points, notes in a hurried scientific hand, points labeled Nexus, Conduit, and one point, deep in the sub-basement, labeled Origin. 1943. My blood ran cold. 1943. The year of Blackwell's special projects. The year he opened the doorway. The original wound in reality. And then I saw the signature at the bottom of the diagram. Not Dr. Blackwell's name, but his initials. HB, and beside them, another set of initials, written in a different hand. MCMC, Margaret Chen. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than anything I'd felt before. This wasn't just old residual noise. The system was still active, and someone was still using it, sending messages, maps, instructions, from where and to whom. I stuffed the diagram into my pocket. The tubes fell silent again, the whine dying down. The air returned to its normal dusty chill, but the silence felt different now. It felt like the pause between heartbeats. I knew I needed to get this to Alina. Now, the timeline was getting tighter. 24 hours. Frank's badge. The map. Margaret's initials. It was all connected. And I had a terrible feeling Margaret Chen wasn't just a distant, cold manager. She was at the center of it all, and the time to hide and follow the rules was over. It was time to find out the truth. As I hurried off the third floor, the diagram in my pocket felt like it was burning against my leg, a blueprint for a reality I never wanted to know. The diagram felt like a live wire in my pocket, a blueprint for a reality I was only beginning to grasp. HB and MC together, Dr. Harold Blackwell and Margaret Chen, decades apart, but connected by this building, by the tubes, by whatever terrifying project they were engaged in. And the 24-hour clock on my own potential doppelganger discovery was ticking, though I didn't know when it had started. I needed to find Elena. Now. I found her in the small administrative office upstairs. She was surrounded by stacks of old boxes, papers spilling out, her grandfather's archives. The air here was less oppressive than the warehouse floor, smelling of old paper and dust. But the diagram I pulled from my pocket seemed to bring the warehouse's strange energy with it. "Look," I said, spreading the diagram on a cluttered desk. "I got this from the tube system on the third floor tonight." After it activated, Elena's eyes widened as she studied it. "This is incredible. It's a map of the building, but overlaid with something else. Energy lines, coordinates, and these initials." She pointed to the bottom. "HB, that's definitely my grandfather, Harold Blackwell. But MC? Margaret Chen," I said, the name feeling like ash on my tongue. Her initials were on the tubes, and she's the one who gave me those rules. The one covering everything up. Elena's gaze sharpened. "Margaret Chen? The manager? But my grandfather's notes say the experiments with the tubes, the really dangerous ones, ended in '78, the same year he disappeared. The same year the system was supposedly shut down. The same year Margaret Chen first appeared at Blackwell Logistics as a junior clerk. A horrifying connection clicked into place. She didn't just appear," I said, the words chilling me. "She arrived. Through the system. She's not the original Margaret Chen. She's an echo. A doppelganger. The first one." The thought settled like a block of ice in my gut. The calm, professional manager was a creature from another reality. Here since 1978, waiting, planning. Elena scrambled through a box of papers, pulling out a brittle newspaper clipping. Here, the incident in 1978, officially, a structural collapse and electrical fire. But the local paper mentions unexplained phenomena, missing personnel, and how the original Margaret Chen, a young clerk, was among those never found. A few weeks later, this Margaret Chen shows up, hired externally, no prior connection to Blackwell, rises through the ranks like a rocket, always calm, always in control. It wasn't just a doppelganger looking for me. It was a doppelganger who was running the place. A doppelganger who had been here for decades. Orchestrating what? The diagram showed a concentration of lines and symbols in the sub-basement, labeled Origin. 1943, that's where he started it, I said, pointing. In 43, a nexus point. He opened a door, and in 78, something big came through. Margaret, and maybe others. My grandfather was trying to control it. Elena added, looking at other notes. He built the rules into the system, into the building itself, almost like a failsafe. The pneumatic tubes, the basement isolation, the ID badge protocol. They weren't just rules for employees. They were rules for the echoes, ways to manage them, contain them, or identify when one had breached the veil. The rule about the ID badge. Your doppelganger has found you. It wasn't just a discovery. It was a declaration. The moment you found its badge with your face, it knew you knew. And the countdown began. Frank found his doppelganger's badge. And now Frank was gone. A sudden thought hit me. Frank's badge. The one I put in the safe. The one I put in the safe. We raced down to the security office. James was asleep in his chair, the rhythmic sound of his breathing a fragile comfort in the tense silence. The safe was small, bolted to the floor. My hands fumbled with the key Margaret had given me. It clicked open. Inside, on a small shelf, sat Frank's doppelganger badge. Arthur Jenkins, his terrified face, stared up at me. But something was wrong. The photo, it was shifting. Subtle at first, a slight blur around the edges, then more pronounced. The features of Frank Wilson, Arthur Jenkins, began to ripple, to distort. His eyes seemed to deepen, to become hollower. The expression twisted into something not of terror, but of cold, vacant emptiness. And then the name. The ink seemed to darken, to spread like a stain. A low hum started in the room, emanating from the badge itself. It vibrated on the shelf. The air grew cold, thick with that familiar metallic, chemical smell. James stirred in his sleep, a low moan escaping him. "It's still active," Elena breathed, stepping back. "It's not just a piece of plastic. It's connected." The photo finished its transformation. It was still Frank's face, sort of. But drained of life. Eyes black voids. And the name beneath it was no longer Arthur Jenkins. It was blurred, as if multiple names were trying to occupy the same space. But one was becoming dominant, coalescing from the others. A single word, written in that same spidery dark ink from Blackwell's diagram, led onto the plastic. Echo. The hum intensified, a piercing frequency that seemed to vibrate in my teeth. The badge lifted slightly off the shelf, hovering in the air. The shadows in the small office elongated, swirling, seeming to gather around the badge. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently. The building's main power seemed to drop, plunging the office into near darkness, lit only by the emergency lights and the faint, sickly glow emanating from the hovering badge. The air was freezing. The old pneumatic tube terminus in the corner of the office, long dormant, suddenly clanged loudly. A rush of air. A canister shot out, hitting the far wall. My attention was split between the terrifying badge and the activated tubes. Then I heard footsteps, coming down the hallway. Slow, deliberate, unmistakable. Margaret Chen. Her silhouette appeared in the doorway, framed by the dim emergency lights. She was no longer in her business suit. She wore a dark, almost military-style uniform from an older era. Perhaps a modified version of what Blackwell's factory workers wore in the 40s. Her eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Her face was smooth, unnervingly perfect, devoid of expression. "You weren't supposed to find that." Her voice was flat, devoid of the minimal warmth she usually faked. It wasn't just cold now. It was hollow, an echo of a human voice. Not yet. The system wasn't ready for unscheduled retrieval. She stepped into the office, the temperature dropping further with her presence. The doppelganger badge hovered higher, drawn towards her like a compass needle. "Blackwell didn't die in 78, Margaret Echo said, her voice a low, resonant hum that mirrored the vibration of the badge. He stepped through, to my world, to the origin. He understood the potential. This building, this nexus, it is the bridge, and it is almost complete." She gestured to the badge. Arthur Jenkins was an early attempt, unstable, but useful for triggering the identification protocol he built into the system. A test run for instances like yours. Mine? My voice was barely a whisper. "You have the resonance," she said, her glowing eyes fixed on me. "The echo potential. A certain emptiness, loss, trauma. It makes the transition easier. Your counterpart in my reality. He is a valuable asset. We require a stable connection. A replacement." She extended a hand towards the hovering badge. "The tubes are the conduits. The badges are the anchors. The rules are the locks. To keep the unstable out. and to bring the worthy in. She looked at the badge, then at me. Frank Wilson was replaced. His echo is being repurposed. You are next. She didn't lunge. She didn't need to. The air itself seemed to solidify, pressing in on us. Shadows detached from the walls, writhing shapes that reached out with silent, grasping tendrils. The low hum of the building intensified, a roar now, like a million voices whispering just below the threshold of hearing. The smell of metal, dust and decay became suffocating. You can't stop it, Margaret, Echo said, her voice layering with others, a chorus of cold, perfect voices. The merge is inevitable. The worlds will align, and this reality will be replaced by ours, a cleaner, more ordered world. Your imperfections will be removed. James woke with a strangled cry, scrambling back against the wall, eyes wide with terror, seeing the horrors unleashed in his little office. Panic flared, but beneath it, the old Navy training kicked in. Assess the threat. Find an exit. Assess the threat. Use the environment. Margaret, the badge, the tubes, the shadows, they were all connected. They were all connected. The rules. The rule about the tubes. Leave the floor immediately. The rule about the basement. Never work alone. Keep someone in sight. The rule about the badge. Lock it in the safe. Call the number. I had called the number. It went to Margaret. Locking it in the safe hadn't helped. The rules weren't for my protection. They were part of her control, but they also defined the boundaries of their abilities. If the tubes were the conduits and the badge the anchor, maybe disrupting the conduit would destabilize the anchor. The canister from the tube lay on the floor near the wall. The diagram was in my pocket. The key to the safe was in my hand. You think this makes you better? I shouted, my voice shaky but defiant, cutting through the chorus of echoes. Replacing people? Erasing them? Margaret Echo tilted her head, like a curious, detached observer. Better is subjective. More efficient. Necessary. She took another step. The swirling shadows intensified, reaching for us. Elena, pallid but resolute, grabbed a heavy fire extinguisher from the wall. Ray, the tube. Maybe we can block it. A slim chance, but the only one we had. While Elena fumbled with the pin on the extinguisher, I lunged for the canister that had come out of the tube, then towards the open terminus unit on the wall. The air pressure was building, a sickening vacuum effect around the unit. The hum was deafening. Margaret Echo shrieked, her perfect features momentarily twisting into something monstrous. She knew what I was trying to do. Disrupt her access. The hovering badge shot towards her hand. It was the anchor. She needed it. The shadows converged on me, cold and sharp like shards of ice. I felt phantom hands grasping at my limbs, trying to pull me into the darkness. Memories of the ocean, of being pulled under, flooded my mind. You couldn't save them then. You can't save yourself now. The echoes were also in my head. I reached the tube terminus. Hot air blasted from it, smelling of ozone and burnt metal. I jammed the canister I'd picked up into the opening. Then the diagram, pushing them in with the pipe I still held. The paper tore, the metal scraped. The hum from the tube faltered. Margaret Echo screamed again. The doppelganger badge in her hand flared with sickly light, vibrating uncontrollably. The shadows recoiled, their grasping hands retreating. Elena triggered the fire extinguisher, blasting a cloud of chemical foam into the tube terminus, coating the pipes and the jammed canister. The hissing sound of the foam against the hot metal was deafening. The hum died down. The light from the badge faded, the plastic dropping from Margaret's hand to the floor with a clatter. The swirling shadows dissipated, shrinking back into normal darkness. The emergency lights steadied, casting a weak, flickering glow on the scene. Margaret Echo stood in the center of the room. Her uniform rumpled, her face no longer glowing, just pale and human-like again. But her eyes, they were filled with cold fury and something that looked like raw, unadulterated static. You fools, she whispered, her voice weak but filled with venom. You've only delayed it. The bridge is open. It cannot be closed. The exchange will continue. Before she could say or do anything else, the building shuddered. Not a creak or a groan, but a deep, violent tremor that shook the foundations. Dust rained down from the ceiling. Lights flickered. Alarms began to wail throughout the warehouse. A chaotic symphony of sirens, not the measured pulse of Rule 3. The floor beneath us seemed to tilt. Part of the ceiling above Margaret collapsed in a shower of plaster and sparks. She cried out, not in pain, but in frustrated rage, swallowed by the dust and debris. James was screaming, cowering behind the desk. Elena pulled me towards the hallway. We need to get out. The building's coming down. We stumbled out of the office, leaving behind the dust, the wailing alarms, and the chilling silence where Margaret Chen had stood. The warehouse was a cacophony of tearing metal, groaning wood, and breaking glass. The rules were forgotten, replaced by one primal directive: survive. We ran through the collapsing aisles, dodging falling debris, the air thick with dust and the smell of ruptured pipes. The once orderly rows of inventory were a disaster zone. The hum of the building was a death rattle now. We burst out of the main entrance just as a section of the roof caved in with a thunderous roar. Outside, the pre-dawn Boston sky was beginning to lighten. Sirens were already approaching in the distance, drawn by the building's collapse. We stood on the cracked asphalt of the parking lot, covered in dust and grime, shivering in the cool morning air, watching the old Blackwell Logistics building crumble into itself. The sounds from within died down, replaced by the shrieking of arriving emergency vehicles. We were alive. We had stopped Margaret. We had jammed the conduit. But as I looked at the collapsing structure, a deep, unsettling certainty settled over me. The bridge might be damaged, but was it truly closed? My hand instinctively went to my pocket, where the broken doppelganger badge lay next to the torn diagram. The plastic was cold. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. Not entirely. The aftermath was chaos. Firefighters, police, paramedics, a swarm of emergency personnel descended on the crumbling Blackwell Logistics building. Elena and I were pulled aside, questioned, treated for minor cuts and bruises. Our story of pneumatic tubes, doppelgangers, and interdimensional managers sounding increasingly insane with each retelling. The official explanation coalesced quickly: a major structural failure, likely exacerbated by age and perhaps a gas line rupture. The section of the building that had collapsed most violently was identified as the oldest part, built directly over the original foundation from the wartime era. Dr. Harold Blackwell was mentioned briefly in historical context. His old manufacturing patents referenced, but nothing more. Margaret Chen and Frank Wilson were listed among the missing, presumed casualties of the collapse. James Sullivan, shaken but physically unharmed, gave a bewildered account of alarms and shaking walls, carefully omitting any mention of glowing badges or strange visitors. Elena and I were separated, questioned individually, our accounts inconsistent with the physical evidence of a simple building collapse. They talked about stress, lack of sleep, maybe even hallucination from exposure to dust or fumes. My history as a former police officer who left under stressful circumstances didn't help my credibility. Elena's family connection to Dr. Blackwell's history was noted, framed as a possible source of preoccupation, influencing her perception. The diagrams, if we had managed to keep them intact, would have been dismissed as fantastical scribblings. The doppelganger badge I still had felt inert, just a piece of plastic with a disturbing photo and a strange word on it. Proof of madness, not of multi-dimensional beings. We were released eventually, advised to seek counseling. our names noted in a report that would likely be filed under employees exhibiting signs of acute stress. The building was condemned. Fences went up around the perimeter. Heavy machinery arrived to begin demolition. The site where Blackwell Logistics had stood, where Dr. Blackwell had conducted his terrible experiments, where Margaret Chen had reigned as an echo from another world, was being systematically erased. We met again a few days later, away from the glare of emergency lights and the suspicious eyes of officials. We sat in a quiet park, watching the world go by. The sense of relief at being alive was immense, but it was laced with a bitter frustration and a deep, lingering fear. They don't believe us, Elena stated, stating the obvious. They can't, I replied. How could they? It sounds crazy even to us sometimes. She nodded, looking out at the city skyline. My grandfather, he tried to contain it, and then Margaret tried to control it. Now, it's just buried. Hoped, but not gone. That was the thought that kept me awake at night. We had stopped Margaret. We had jammed that specific conduit in that specific building. But the origin, 1943, was deep underground. The nexus point. Blackwell's work wasn't just confined to the structure above ground. It was in the earth itself. We talked about what we should do next. Try harder to get the story out. Find anyone who would listen. The more we discussed it, the more futile it seemed. Without tangible, irrefutable evidence, we were just two people with a shared delusion born from trauma. Elena decided she needed space. The history, the building, her grandfather's legacy, it was too much too close. She planned to move away from Boston, process everything, try to find a new normal. What about you, Ray? She asked, her eyes full of concern. What will you do? I didn't have an answer. My old life was gone. The stability I sought here had dissolved into interdimensional horror. I had survived, but I didn't feel whole. A part of me felt exposed, changed, like I had glimpsed something I couldn't unsee, touched something that couldn't be washed off. I still had Frank's doppelganger badge. I hadn't given it to the police. It felt wrong, like handing over a piece of Frank himself, or maybe a piece of the truth. It lay hidden in my cheap motel room. I don't know, I admitted. Just try to keep going. Stay alert. She nodded, a sad smile on her face. We said our goodbyes, promising to stay in touch, though we both knew the distance and the weight of our shared secret might make that difficult. I watched her go, another person leaving my life, another connection frayed by the echoes of Blackwell. I was alone again. The building was gone. The rules were obsolete. But the feeling of being watched, it lingered. Not just in the shadows, but in the peripheral vision, in the sudden, The doppelganger badge wasn't the only thing I had kept. The small, tarnished key to Margaret's office safe was also in my pocket. A useless souvenir, or a reminder that some doors once opened can never truly be closed. Life, annoyingly, went on. The demolition of Blackwell Logistics was completed surprisingly quickly. A large pit remained for a while. Then it too was filled in, leveled. Plans for a new commercial complex were announced. The scar on the landscape would soon be covered by concrete and steel, erasing any physical trace of the history buried beneath. Elena moved, and our calls became less frequent, shorter. She was trying to build a new life, she said. Put the past behind her. I understood. Some things are too heavy to carry with you. For me, putting it behind me felt impossible. The memories of the warehouse, the sounds, the smells, the sheer wrongness of it all were seared into my mind. The silence after the alarms died down in the collapsing building was still the loudest thing I heard. I tried to get a new job, something simple, predictable. But sitting in sterile offices talking to normal people felt alien. I found myself constantly scanning the room, checking exits, watching faces for that subtle shift, that flicker in the eyes that marked an echo. I saw them everywhere, or thought I did. A cashier with an unnervingly perfect smile, a bus driver whose movements were slightly too precise, a reflection in a shop window that seemed to linger after I had passed. Paranoia, or something else. The doppelganger badge from Frank's locker still sat in the drawer of my motel room desk. I hadn't given it to the police. It felt wrong, like handing over a piece of Frank himself, or maybe a piece of the truth. I'd look at it sometimes. The plastic felt normal now. The image of Frank's twisted face under the word echo no longer glowed. It just was. A chilling artifact. One restless night, I was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the badge. The air in the room was still, smelling faintly of stale cigarette smoke and cheap cleaner. The only sound was the distant drone of traffic, and then a new sound, very faint, coming from the wall beside me, a low mechanical whine. My blood ran cold. The sound of the pneumatic tube system activating. Here, in a motel room miles from Blackwell. It lasted only a second, a ghost of a sound, then died away. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself it was the plumbing, the building settling, anything but what I knew it was. I grabbed the doppelganger badge from the desk. It felt cold in my hand. Just then, my phone rang. The screen showed an unknown number. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the answer button. Could it be Alana? Could it be someone else? I answered it. Only static, the soft rushing sound of white noise. I held the phone to my ear, listening intently. And then, very, very faintly, buried beneath the static, I heard it. A sound like metal scraping on metal, and then the distinct soft whoosh of air moving through a confined space, like a message being sent or received. The sounds from the tube system coming through my phone. I dropped the phone as if it were burning. It clattered on the thin carpet, the static still hissing from the speaker. My gaze fell back to the employee ID badge in my hand. Frank's face frozen in terror. Under the word echo, the plastic felt intensely cold now. A sudden, overwhelming certainty washed over me. The building was gone. The tubes were blocked. But the connection, the nexus, it wasn't in the building. It was in the network, in the system, in the echoes themselves. And the signal wasn't just received by the building anymore. It could find you, anywhere, as long as you were part of the system, as long as you had resonance. My eyes drifted to the badge in my hand. Frank's badge, Arthur Jenkins' name overwritten by echo. Then, with a dawning horror that stole my breath, I looked down at the ID badge clipped to my belt loop. The one I still wore out of habit, the one with my photo, and the name Noah Mitchell. Was the photo on that badge still just mine? I didn't dare look closely. Not yet. But as I stood there in the silent motel room, the static hissing from the phone on the floor, I felt the familiar, unnatural coldness begin to spread, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that my 24 hours had just begun. And perhaps they had begun the moment I first stepped into Blackwell Logistics. Perhaps I had already been replaced. The thought was a cold, empty void opening up inside me. The sounds would come again. The whispers would return. And the echoes were still here. Blackwell Logistics wasn't just a warehouse. It was a bridge. Noah Mitchell learned that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The rules weren't just for survival. They were a terrifying introduction to the echoes. The building may be gone, but the connection remains. Seriously. If you didn't stay until the very end, You missed the final chilling transmission, the twist that reveals the terrifying, ongoing reach of Blackwell's experiments. The last few moments will leave you looking differently at your own ID badge. What do you think the echoes are? What was Dr. Blackwell truly trying to achieve in 1943? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night shift at Blackwell, if the system hasn't found your resonance, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some jobs, they change you, and the echoes, they remain. They remain. They say old buildings have history. Blackwood Antiquities had a past that refused to stay buried. Stepping through its doors was like entering a realm where time itself was warped, and the air was thick with centuries of secrets. My name is Olivia Morgan, an art history student who needed a job. Instead, I was given 3 strange rules just to survive the night shift. What's the creepiest antique you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step into the showroom after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this store, the objects aren't just relics, they're witnesses. The shift begins now. The air in Blackwood Antiquities clawed at my lungs, heavy with dust and the sour tang of aged wood. As if the store exhaled centuries of secrets, I stood in the doorway, my boots scuffing the warped floorboards of this colonial relic in Boston's North End. My new workplace. I'm Olivia Morgan, a 27-year-old art history student, broke and desperate enough to take a night shift job that promised easy money. But the moment I crossed the threshold, a chill slithered down my spine, sharp and unyielding, like a warning I was too stubborn to heed. The showroom stretched before me, a maze of artifacts under flickering gaslight. Mahogany tables gleamed with unnatural polish, their surfaces scarred by time. Glass cases held tarnished silver and yellowed letters from the Revolutionary War, each item humming with a weight I couldn't name. At the far wall, a portrait loomed, a stern man in a powdered wig, his eyes painted with such precision they seemed to track my every step. I shivered, forcing my gaze away, but the air grew thicker, pressing against my chest. Eleanor Blackwood emerged from the shadows, her silver hair pinned tightly, her eyes sharp as cut glass. She moved with the grace of decades spent commanding this space, her tailored coat smelling faintly of lavender and something metallic, like old coins. "You're Olivia?" she said, her voice low and measured, each word deliberate. "Welcome to Blackwood Antiquities. You'll find this place particular." She handed me a folded note, its edges brittle. My fingers brushed the rough paper, and a faint jolt ran through me like static. I unfolded it and read the 3 rules scrawled in elegant script, my voice wavering as they echoed in the silent store. Never turn your back on the Revolutionary War portrait for more than 30 seconds. If the temperature drops suddenly near the colonial furniture, leave salt across all doorways and wait in the office until dawn. If you hear a child's laughter from the toy collection after 2 a.m., do not investigate or call out. I looked up, expecting a smile, a hint of jest. Eleanor's face was a mask, her lips a thin line. "Follow them precisely," she said. "This store has guests who don't take kindly to carelessness." Her gaze flicked to the portrait, and I swore its eyes narrowed, glinting in the dim light. The next few hours dragged, filled with Eleanor's instructions. Log inventory, check displays, avoid the locked basement. But the store felt alive, its shadow shifting just beyond my sight. As I dusted a case, a faint giggle drifted from the toy collection. A glass-eyed doll, a wooden horse, relics of children long gone. My heart hammered, but the sound vanished, leaving only the creak of settling wood. Near midnight, I stood before the portrait, its subject, Captain William Hayes. Eleanor had called him. Staring through me, I turned to adjust a crooked frame, counting silently. 20 seconds. 25. At 31, a breath grazed my neck. cold and deliberate, whispering my name. I spun back, pulse racing, but the portrait was unchanged, its eyes locked on mine, too close, too knowing. Then it happened. Crossing the colonial furniture display, the air turned frigid, my breath clouding in the dim light. The temperature plummeted, sharp and unnatural, like stepping into a grave. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming to run. Rule 2. I fumbled for the salt packet Eleanor had left, my hands trembling as I poured a shaky line across the office doorway. The furniture, a claw-footed chair, a chipped bureau, seemed to lean closer, their outlines blurring in the gloom. A low hum rose, not sound but sensation, vibrating in my bones. I stumbled into the office, slamming the door, and sank against the wall, the salt line my only shield. The store was silent now, but the cold lingered, seeping through the cracks. I clutched the rules, their words burning in my mind. This was no ordinary job. Blackwood Antiquities was watching me, and I wasn't sure I'd survive the night. The office smelled of stale coffee and wax, its walls pressing in like a coffin. I sat, hunched over the desk, the salt line at the doorway glinting faintly under the desk lamp's glow. My hands still shook from the cold that had gripped the store, a cold that felt alive, purposeful. The rules lay before me, their ink stark against the yellowed paper, but they offered no answers, only warnings. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting the furniture to lumber through, their wooden limbs creaking with intent. A knock jolted me upright. "Olivia, you okay?" The voice was warm, grounding. Mikhail Chen, the day shift restorer, stood outside, his dark eyes scanning me through the door's glass panel. He was maybe 29 with a lean build and a cautious smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I let him in, the salt crunching under his boots, and he raised an eyebrow. "Eleanor's rules, huh? She's intense about those." He dropped into a chair, his jacket smelling faintly of varnish and sawdust. "This place is weird," he said, leaning forward. "I've heard things, whispers, footsteps. Old rumors say it's haunted, tied to the Blackwood family's history." His words hung in the air, and I caught a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shadow darting across the office mirror, gone when I turned. I told him about the cold, the hum, sparing the details of my panic. Michael nodded like it wasn't news. "The colonial display's always been off. I found salt residue there once before you started." He paused, his fingers tapping the desk. "Eleanor doesn't talk about it, but she knows more than she lets on." We moved to the showroom, the gaslights casting long, wavering shadows. I avoided the portrait's gaze, but its presence bore into me, heavy as a hand on my shoulder. Michael pointed to a colonial chair, its upholstery frayed. "This one's from 1780, he said, supposedly owned by a Blackwood." I reached out, curious, and my fingers brushed the fabric. A jolt hit me, sharp as lightning, and the world blurred. I was somewhere else. A dim room, a girl's scream, water rushing. My sister Sarah's face flashed, her eyes wide with terror, her small hands clawing at a frozen lake surface. I gasped, yanking my hand back, the showroom snapping into focus. Michael steadied me, his grip firm. "You okay?" I nodded, my throat tight, guilt clawing at my chest. Sarah, always Sarah. The portrait's eyes seemed to gleam brighter now, fixed on me. I turned to check a display case, counting. 20 seconds. 25. At 32, a whisper slithered through the air, low and guttural, forming my name. "Olivia?" I spun, heart pounding, but the portrait was still, its lips unmoving. Michael frowned, hearing nothing, and I wondered if I was losing it. Eleanor appeared silently, her lavender scent cutting through the dust. "Everything all right?" Her voice was smooth, but her eyes lingered on me, Searching. I mumbled about nerves and she smiled. Too perfect, too sharp. This store tests you, Olivia. Stay vigilant. She glided away, but her words felt like a threat, and the air grew heavier, as if the store itself agreed. Michael left for the night, promising to dig into the store's records. Alone, I paced the showroom, the floorboards groaning underfoot. A faint scratching came from the toy collection, like tiny fingers on wood. I froze, pulse racing, but remembered the third rule: don't investigate. The sound stopped, but the silence was worse, thick and watchful. I clutched the salt packet, its weight a fragile comfort, and wondered what I'd gotten myself into. The store's silence was a living thing, coiling around me as I sat in the office, the clock ticking toward 2 a.m. The air smelled of dust and something sweeter, like rotting flowers, seeping through the walls. My fingers traced the rules, their words etched into my mind, but they couldn't quiet the memory of Sarah's face in that vision, her scream echoing from a decade ago. I'd failed her then, and now this place was digging up that guilt, twisting it like a knife. A faint giggle broke the quiet, high and childlike, drifting from the toy collection. My blood ran cold. Rule 3, don't investigate, don't call out. I gripped the desk, my nails digging into the wood, and stared at the doorway, the salt line undisturbed. The laughter came again, sharper, joined by a soft thump. Like a toy falling, I wanted to run, to scream, but I stayed rooted. The rule a chain around my instincts. The gaslights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the showroom. I glimpsed a doll's head in the toy display, its glass eyes glinting, turned slightly toward me. My breath hitched, but I told myself it was a trick of the light. The laughter faded, leaving a silence that pressed against my eardrums, heavy and wrong. Heavy and wrong. I checked the clock. 2:03 a.m. The night was far from over. Michael arrived early, his face pale under the gaslight. Found something, he said, spreading yellowed papers on the desk. A 1782 record about Rebecca Blackwood, Eleanor's ancestor. She was 8 when she died, supposedly killed by Captain William Hayes, that guy in the portrait. His voice dropped. They hanged him, but some say he was framed. I glanced at the portrait, its eyes seeming to darken, and a chill crawled up my arms. We searched the showroom, Michael's flashlight cutting through the gloom. A mirror reflected a fleeting figure, a girl in a white dress, gone in a blink. My heart pounded, but I kept moving, driven by a need to understand. In the colonial display, I touched a bureau, and another vision hit. A woman chanting, blood on her hands, a child's body at her feet. I staggered back, gasping, and Michael caught me, his eyes wide. What's happening to you? Eleanor's voice cut through the dark. You're up late, Michael. She stood in the doorway, her lavender scent cloying, her smile too tight. Michael stiffened, muttering about inventory, but Eleanor's gaze locked on me, piercing. Careful, Olivia. Curiosity can be dangerous. She left, but her words lingered, and I noticed a faint burn on her wrist, like a ritual mark. Alone again, I paced the office, the air growing colder. A soft scrape came from the toy collection, like wood dragging across wood. I clutched the salt, my palms sweaty, and checked the clock. 3 a.m. The portrait's eyes seemed to follow me through the walls, and I wondered if Hayes was the threat, or something else. Michael's papers mentioned a locked basement, sealed since 1782. What was Eleanor hiding down there? The laughter returned, louder, a chorus of childish voices weaving through the store. I pressed my hands to my ears, the rule screaming in my mind, but a doll rolled across the floor, stopping at the office doorway. Its eyes gleamed, fixed on me, and I slammed the door, my breath ragged. The salt line held, but the store felt alive, its walls pulsing with malice. I wasn't just surviving the night, I was being hunted. The office was a cage, its air thick with the scent of dust and fear. My fear, sharp and metallic on my tongue. The doll's glassy stare lingered in my mind. Its unnatural roll across the floor, a warning I couldn't ignore. I sat at the desk, the rules clutched in my hands, their paper creased for my grip. The clock read 3:30 a.m., and the store's silence was a predator waiting to pounce. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the gas lights set my nerves alight. A soft knock startled me. Joseph Montgomery, an 80-year-old historian and friend of the Blackwoods, stood outside, his face lined with age and something heavier. Guilt, maybe. His tweed coat smelled of pipe smoke, and his hands trembled as he handed me a book. "You wanted answers," he said, voice low. "This mentions the Blackwoods occult ties. Be careful, Elia." His eyes darted to the portrait, and I swore its lips twitched. I opened the book, its pages brittle, and found a passage about 1782. Rituals, blood, a child sacrifice. My stomach churned, and a shadow flickered in the office mirror, too tall to be mine. I slammed the book shut, my pulse racing, but Joseph was gone, his footsteps echoing down the hall. The air grew colder, the colonial displays chill seeping through the walls. I ventured into the showroom, the gaslights dimming as I passed the portrait. Its eyes bored into me, and I counted. 20 seconds, 25. At 31, a low moan filled the air, like wind through a crypt, and the canvas seemed to ripple. I backed away, my boots scuffing the floor, and tripped over a chair in the colonial display. The temperature plummeted, my breath clouding, and the hum returned, vibrating in my chest. Rule 2. I grabbed the salt, pouring it across the doorway, but the grains scattered, as if pushed by an unseen hand. The furniture, chairs, a bureau, creaked, their shadows stretching into claws. A figure materialized, tall and eyeless, its form woven from dust and darkness. I ran, my heart pounding, and dove into the office, slamming the door. The salt line was broken, and the hum grew louder, rattling the walls. In desperation, I searched the desk and found a hidden journal, its leather cover cracked. Inside, scrawled notes. The portrait binds him. The child's blood seals the gate. Another must take her place. My hands shook as I read. Eleanor's lavender scent lingering on the pages. A vision hit. Sarah drowning, her screams merging with a girl's, Rebecca's. I dropped the journal, gasping, and the portrait's eyes glowed through the door's glass, unblinking. Michael burst in, his face pale. "What's happening?" I showed him the journal, but he backed away, his eyes flicking to the door. "Eleanor's coming," he whispered, and I noticed his hands, scarred, like ritual burns. Eleanor appeared, her smile predatory. "You've been busy, Olivia." Her voice was silk, but her eyes were knives, and the air crackled with her presence. The toy collection erupted in laughter, a cacophony of childish voices, and a wooden horse rocked violently, its eyes painted red. I clutched the journal, its weight a lifeline, and realized the store wasn't just haunted. It was a trap, and I was its prey. Eleanor's burn mark pulsed, and I wondered how deep her secrets ran, and whether Michael was friend or foe. The air in Blackwood Antiquities crackled with malice, a storm of unseen eyes and whispers pressing against my skin. I stood in the office, the journal's leather cover burning under my fingers, its words, "Another must take her place," searing my mind. Eleanor's lavender scent lingered, a venomous thread weaving through the dust, and her predatory smile haunted me. The store pulsed, its walls groaning like a beast stirring from sleep. My pulse hammered. Sarah's scream from the vision echoing in my skull, merging with Rebecca's. I wasn't just trapped. I was chosen. A child's laughter erupted. A shrill chorus from the toy collection, sharp as shattered glass. The wooden horse rocked violently, its red-painted eyes gleaming, and dolls tilted forward, their glass gazes fixed on me. Rule 3 screamed in my mind. Don't investigate. But this was no longer about rules. The store was a predator, and I was its prey. I clutched the journal, its weight a fragile anchor, and stepped into the showroom, the gaslights flickering like dying stars. Eleanor stood by the portrait, her silver hair glowing unnaturally, a burn mark pulsing with a sickly light. "You've seen too much, Olivia," she said, her voice silk over steel. "But you're perfect. Your grief, your guilt, it's what the gate needs." Her eyes gleamed, and the portrait rippled, Captain Hay's face contorting, his mouth opening in a silent scream. A cold wind swirled, smelling of blood and ash, and the colonial furniture creaked, their shadows twisting into claws. I backed away, my boots scuffing the floorboards, and tripped over a salt packet. The grain scattered, useless now, and the hum from the furniture display grew, rattling my bones. "What gate?" I demanded, my voice shaking. Eleanor laughed, a chilling sound, and raised her hand, revealing a dagger etched with runes. "The gate to eternity," she said. Rebecca's blood opened it. "Yours will bring her back." A figure emerged from the shadows. Joseph Montgomery, his face ashen, his hands trembling. She bound me. Her magic. "It's in my blood." His eyes darted to Eleanor, and I realized the twist. Joseph wasn't an ally. He was her puppet, luring victims to this cursed store. My stomach churned, betrayal cutting deeper than fear. The portrait shuddered, and Hay's voice boomed, low and desperate. "She lies. I didn't kill Rebecca. She did." The canvas bled, dark rivulets dripping to the floor, and Eleanor's smile faltered. I seized the moment, grabbing a candelabra and smashing it against the portrait. The frame splintered, and a wail filled the air, shaking the walls. Eleanor lunged, her dagger slicing my arm. Hot pain blooming as blood soaked my sleeve. I ran, the store a labyrinth of shifting shadows. The toy collection erupted, dolls skittering across the floor, their tiny hands grasping at my ankles. I kicked them away, my breath ragged, and dove behind a bureau. A vision hit Sarah, her face pale, pointing to a salt circle hidden under a rug. "Close it," she whispered, her voice a lifeline. I scrambled to the circle, pouring salt from a nearby case. But Eleanor was faster, her dagger glinting as she closed in. Hay's spirit surged from the portrait, a whirlwind of light and rage, pinning Eleanor against the wall. "Now, Olivia!" he roared. I completed the circle, chanting words from the journal. Words I didn't understand but felt in my bones. The air screamed, a vortex of cold and fire, and the furniture collapsed, their wood splintering like bones. Eleanor clawed at the salt, her burn mark blazing, but the circle held, trapping her. A child's form appeared. Rebecca, her eyes hollow, her voice a sob. "You killed me, Mother." Eleanor's scream was inhuman, her body convulsing as the gate, a pulsing void in the portrait, swallowed her. The store shook, glass shattering, and I fell. Sarah's hand guiding me to the door, the gate closed, silence crashing in its wake. But my arm throbbed, and the store's pulse lingered, weak but alive. The dawn broke over Boston's North End, a pale light seeping through the shattered windows of Blackwood Antiquities. But it brought no warmth. I sat on the curb, my arm bandaged by a paramedic, the cut from Eleanor's dagger stinging with every heartbeat. The store loomed behind me, its brick facade cracked, its interior a ruin of splintered wood and broken glass. The air smelled of ash and salt, a bitter reminder of the night's horrors. My hands trembled. Sarah's final touch, a cold, fleeting pressure, lingering on my skin. Michael found me, his face pale, his scarred hands tucked into his jacket. "What happened in there?" he asked, his voice low, eyes flicking to the store. He nodded, but his gaze lingered too long, and I wondered what he knew, what secrets his scars hid. A police officer approached, mentioning Eleanor's disappearance, and I caught a faint giggle from the rubble, sharp and childlike, gone in a blink. I walked away, the journal tucked under my arm, its pages heavy with truth. The paramedic had found a toy in my pocket, a glass-eyed doll, its smile too wide. I dropped it, crushing it under my boot, but the crunch felt wrong, like breaking bone. My arm itched, the wound pulsing, and I swore I saw a shadow in a nearby window, tall and eyeless, watching. At home, I locked the journal in a drawer, its leather cover cold against my fingers. The apartment smelled of coffee and dust, but the silence was oppressive, echoing the store's malice. I dreamed of Sarah, her face merging with Rebecca's, their voices whispering, "It's not over." I woke, gasping, and found salt grains on my floor, scattered in a perfect circle. My heart raced, the rules flashing in my mind, but there was no office to hide in now. Michael called, offering to check the store's records for answers. "Eleanor had allies," he said, his voice tense. "The Blackwoods aren't done." I agreed to meet him, but his scars gnawed at me. A question I couldn't ask. The dull smile haunted my thoughts, and I checked my wound, the skin around it gray, unnaturally cold. The store was gone, but its grip tightened, a noose I couldn't escape. 3 months later, Boston's North End felt like a graveyard, its cobblestone streets heavy with the weight of my memories. I tried to move on, burying myself in my studies, but Blackwood antiquities clung to me, a shadow stitched into my skin. My apartment smelled of stale air and regret. The journal locked away, but never silent, its whispers bleeding into my dreams. Sarah's face haunted me, her eyes pleading, merging with Rebecca's hollow gaze. My arm wound never healed, its gray edges pulsing, a reminder of the gate's touch. I avoided mirrors, but they betrayed me. Once, brushing my hair, I saw Rebecca's face behind mine, her lips moving, voiceless. I smashed the mirror, glass cutting my palms, but the laughter followed, childish, sharp, echoing from nowhere. My hands shook as I swept the shards, finding a single red-painted eye, like the wooden horse staring up from the debris. I burned it, the smoke stinging my eyes, but the air grew colder, the scent of lavender creeping in. Michael had vanished after our last call, his number disconnected. I tracked down Joseph, now in a nursing home, his mind fraying. "She's not gone," he whispered, his hands clawing at his sleeves, revealing burn marks like Eleanor's. "The Blackwoods own this city." His words led me to a news article. Blackwood Antiquities was being rebuilt, funded by an anonymous investor named E.B. Blackwood. My stomach twisted, the initials a blade in my gut. I returned to the site, the new store rising from the rubble, its brick facade gleaming under moonlight. The air smelled of fresh paint and old blood, and the rules burned in my mind, useless now. Inside, the showroom was reborn, the portrait restored at its center. I froze, my breath clouding, as its eyes locked on mine. Not his, but mine, painted with cruel precision. A giggle echoed, and the toy collection stirred, dolls turning to face me, their smiles wide. A vision hit, Sarah and Rebecca, hand in hand, chanting, "Burn it!" I grabbed a canister of kerosene from a construction pile, my hands steady despite the fear. The portrait's eyes followed me, my own eyes accusing. I doused the canvas, the liquid pooling like blood, and struck a match. Flames roared. The store screaming. A human wail. Eleanor's voice woven with Rebecca's sobs. I ran, the heat searing my back, and the building collapsed, a pyre of ash and secrets. I walked away, the north end silent, but the laughter followed, soft and relentless, weaving through the streets. My wound throbbed, and I felt a tug, like a thread pulling me back. At home, I checked the journal. Its pages blank now, but a new note appeared, scrawled in childish script. We're still playing. I burned it, the flames licking my fingers, but the air hummed, the store's pulse alive in my veins. I looked in the mirror, my reflection blinking when I didn't, and knew Blackwood Antiquities wasn't gone. It was me. Blackwood Antiquities holds its secrets tight, sealed in dust and sorrow. Olivia Morgan learned that some rules are written in fear, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The rules were just a fragile shield against the true horror lurking within the store. The fire is out, but the echoes linger. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final chilling discovery, the twist that reveals the horrifying ongoing price of entering Blackwood Antiquities. The last few moments will leave you looking differently at your own reflection. What do you think happened to Rebecca Blackwood? What was Captain William Hayes' true role? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Blackwood, if the store hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some histories, they refuse to fade, and the reflections, they remain. The silence of the abyssal plain is a lie. It's a crushing symphony of pressure, the subtle groan of the earth's crust, and the frantic thumping of your own heart amplified in your ears. 60 feet above the silt, suspended in a cathedral of black water, I coaxed the shimmering, anemone-shaped locket from its resting place within the skeletal fingers of a long-lost merchant ship's figurehead. My lights cut a swathe through the perpetual night, glinting off the barnacle-encrusted wood. It wasn't just skill that led me here. It was a peculiar thrumming in my temples, a resonance I'd learned to trust, a faint song only I could hear, guiding me to objects misplaced by time. As the locket came free, the water around me seemed to shimmer, to thicken for a heartbeat, and a chill, deeper than the ocean's cold, brushed my spine. I ignored it, a familiar phantom, and began my ascent. That intuition, as my grandfather called it, was both a gift and a constant, unnerving companion. My name is Lyra Kai. For the past decade, since Grandfather Arian took me in after my parents vanished on their own deep-sea expedition, searching for whispers of a city named Ituria, I've chased these echoes. He, a renowned historian of lost civilizations, filled my youth with tales of sunken wonders and forgotten lore, fueling my own obsession, perhaps as a way to keep their memory, their quest alive. My parents were brilliant, driven, and now, just a collection of faded photographs and unanswered questions. Their disappearance left a void, a cold spot in my soul that only the thrill of discovery, or the faintest hope of finding a trace of them, could temporarily warm. The locket fetched a handsome sum, enough to keep my small research vessel, the Echo Finder, afloat and my creditors at bay for another 6 months. It was during the celebration, a solitary glass of scotch in my cluttered cabin, surrounded by charts and sonar printouts, that the encrypted message arrived. It was from a Dr. Genevieve Armitage, a name synonymous with groundbreaking, if sometimes controversially funded, marine archaeology. The proposal was audacious. A fully equipped, generously compensated lead diver position on an expedition to locate and explore the legendary Nicturia. The Nicturia, my parents' final obsession. My breath caught. 2 weeks later, I stood on the deck of the Abyssal Wanderer, a state-of-the-art research vessel that made my echo finder look like a bathtub toy. Dr. Armitage was as striking in person as her reputation suggested. Sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see straight through you, an easy charisma that drew you in, and an energy that belied her 45 years. She moved with a dancer's grace, her voice a melodious contralto that commanded attention effortlessly. "Kai," she said, extending a hand, her smile genuine but with a keen edge. "Your reputation precedes you. You're unique. Success rate in locating otherwise lost artifacts is quite remarkable." Standing beside her, looking considerably less robust, was Captain Alistair Finch. He was the expedition's financier, a man in his late 60s, his skin the color of old parchment, his frame frail beneath an expensive nautical jacket. A persistent, shallow cough punctuated his sentences. His eyes, however, burned with a desperate, almost feverish hope. He saw Nicturia not just as a discovery, but perhaps as a last chance. For what? He didn't say. He mumbled a greeting, his gaze already drifting towards the deep azure water, as if expecting answers to surface from its depths. The briefing room was a technological marvel. Holographic displays shimmered, showing bathymetric data and projected layouts of what they believed was Nicturia, nestled in a trench deeper than any ID Deve. Mateo Diaz, the chief submersible engineer, a stoic man with calloused hands and a reassuringly calm demeanor, ran through the technical specifications of the Nautilus, our primary descent vehicle. Dr. Lena Hansen, a brilliant linguist and an old friend from my university days, her face alight with academic excitement, presented what little was known of Nicturian script, mostly indecipherable glyphs found on scattered dubious tablets. Then Dr. Armitage stepped forward, the lights dimming slightly. Her voice lost some of its easy charm, taking on a new gravity. "Nicturia is not just an ancient site, Miss Kai, Mr. Diaz, Dr. Hansen. It is unique, and as such, there are certain protocols, garnered from fragmented texts, and frankly, some rather unsettling local legends passed down through generations of seafarers in this remote stretch of ocean. For your safety and the integrity of the mission, they are non-negotiable." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. The gentle hum of the ship's engines seemed to recede. "First," Armitage began, her gaze sweeping over us, "never, under any circumstances, remove your diving equipment if you are outside the Nautilus, even if the water appears to disappear around you. What you perceive may not be reality. Trust your gear, not your senses." My skin prickled. I thought of that shimmering thickness of water by the figurehead. "Second," she continued, her voice dropping slightly, "if you see writing that shifts and changes on the walls, do not attempt to read it twice. Document it with your helmet cam on the first pass, then avert your gaze. Prolonged observation has been linked to severe cognitive disorientation in the anecdotal accounts." Lena shifted uneasily beside me. And third, Armitage's voice was now a low, clear tone that resonated in the silent room. "When, or if you hear a distinct humming, a sound that seems to emanate not from the water, but from inside your own head, you surface. Immediately. No delay. No investigation. That is an immutable directive. It is believed that something ancient, something within Nicturia, may attempt to establish a connection. We must not allow that." Silence followed, thick and heavy. I looked at Mateo. His face was unreadable. Lena was pale. Captain Finch coughed. A dry, rasping sound. The rules were bizarre, chillingly specific, far removed from any standard diving safety briefing I'd ever attended. They hinted at a danger far more insidious than nitrogen narcosis or equipment failure. Later that evening, strapped into the cramped cockpit of the Nautilus alongside Mateo, with Lena and Armitage in the small aft compartment, we began our first descent. The massive launch bay doors of the Abyssal Wanderer slid open, revealing the inky blackness below. As the submersible disengaged and the surface world vanished above us, a profound, almost sentient cold permeated the titanium sphere. It wasn't just the dropping temperature. It was something else. A familiar, unwelcome thrumming started in my temples, stronger this time, sharper. The hull of the Nautilus, designed to withstand unimaginable pressures, gave a sudden, disconcerting creak, a sound like old bones settling. All around us, the abyss waited, ancient and intelligent, and I had the sudden, chilling certainty that it knew we were coming. The descent into the Night Trench was a journey into primordial memory. Light from the Nautilus' powerful external spots sliced through the water, illuminating nothing for what felt like an eternity. Then finally, structures. They weren't built so much as grown or willed into existence. Colossal, cyclopean architecture that defied human geometry. Surfaces that seemed to absorb light, and everywhere, an impossible, profound silence that pressed in on the hull. It felt less like a city, and more like the corpse of some colossal, petrified organism. A disquieting sense of being watched prickled at the back of my neck, a feeling I couldn't shake even within the metal confines of the sub. Fascinating, Armitage murmured from behind me, her voice a low hum of scholarly rapture, though her eyes, reflected in the main viewport, held a different, more intense gleam. Lena was practically vibrating with excitement, her fingers already flying across her data slate, cataloging the bizarre hieroglyphs that adorned every surface. Matteo, bless his pragmatic soul, just kept his focus on the sub's telemetry, his brow furrowed slightly as unusual energy readings flickered across his console. Unidentified energy signatures, erratic but localized around the city's core, he reported, his voice flat. Nothing natural I am familiar with. Our first excursion in the heavy-duty exosuits was to a plaza dominated by what looked like a frozen wave of obsidian. The material pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, like captured starlight. It was here, as I was taking geological samples, that the first rule was truly tested. The water around me, within a 10-foot radius, didn't just disappear, it vanished. One moment, the familiar green-tinged murk. The next, a clear, breathable pocket of air, thick and cloying, smelling faintly of ozone and something else, something metallic and ancient, like blood dried for millennia. Instinct screamed at me to rip off my helmet, to gasp in what felt like an unexpected reprieve. But Armitage's warning echoed in my mind. I held my breath, squeezed my eyes shut, counting. The pressure in my ears intensified. A strange hissing sound filled the void. My lungs burned. Then, just as suddenly as it had vanished, the water was back, surging around me, the illusion broken. Shaken, I checked my seals. The experience left a residue of deep unease, a feeling that the very fabric of reality here was a suggestion, not a law. Lena, meanwhile, was having a field day, or rather, a field abyss. The glyphs were unlike anything she'd encountered. A complex tapestry of spirals, eyes, and serrated lines. It's not a language as we understand it, Lyra, she'd later confide, her voice hushed over a shared protein bar back on the abyssal wanderer. It's more like a direct imprint of thought or sensation. I found a recurring motif. It translates roughly to the sleeper dreams, or maybe the dreamer waits. A shiver traced its way down my spine. What exactly was sleeping down there? Waiting for what? The air in the cramped mess hall suddenly felt too thin. That night, sleep was a battlefield of fractured images. My parents waving from the deck of their doomed ship, the shifting glyphs of Nicuria, eyes opening in the deep. I woke with a jolt, a faint melodic humming just at the edge of hearing, a sound that seemed to be coming from my own pillow. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. Silence, Just the thrum of the ship's generators and the distant sigh of the ocean. But the unsettling feeling lingered, a subtle dissonance in the quiet. Somewhere, deep below, Nocturia was stirring. Grandfather Arian always said some doors are best left unopened. I was beginning to understand why. Each dive took us deeper into the city's labyrinthine heart. We discovered vast amphitheaters where no audience could have sat, towering spires that pierced the abyssal gloom, and strange, bioluminescent flora that pulsed with an unhealthy, captivating light. Neither plant nor animal, but something animal between, something that seemed to react to our presence with subtle shifts in its glow. The air within the Nautilus grew thick with unspoken tension, the initial thrill of discovery slowly being overshadowed by a creeping dread. Lena's obsession with the Nicturian script intensified. She spent hours hunched over her console, her normally bright eyes shadowed with fatigue, muttering to herself as she cross-referenced symbols. It was during one such session, while attempting to translate a particularly long inscription within a ceremonial chamber, that the second rule asserted its dominance. "Lyra, Matteo, look at this," she called, her voice tight with excitement, pointing her helmet cam at a section of wall. The glyphs shimmered, their lines flowing like quicksilver. They're rearranging. It's like they're responding to my light. Fascinated, despite Armitage's diktat, she leaned closer, her helmet almost touching the cold, ancient stone. "It says, the path uncoils for the willing mind. The vessel awaits." Then, her head snapped back. A choked gasp escaped her. She swayed, pressing her hands to her temples. The words, they're burning," she cried. Her voice strained. She stumbled, her movements jerky, speaking in a rapid, unintelligible stream of syllables that bore no resemblance to any known language. It was pure primal sound. Matteo reacted instantly, grabbing her arm, pulling her back from the wall. "Lena, snap out of it!" But her eyes were unfocused, rolling slightly. The attack, for lack of a better word, passed as quickly as it came, leaving her pale, trembling, and with a splitting headache that lasted for hours. She remembered nothing of the altered text, only the searing pain. Afterwards, her gaze would sometimes drift, a vacant look in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Captain Finch's condition was worsening. His cough was more persistent, his breathing more labored. He spent most of his time in his cabin, poring over old maritime charts and Armitage's increasingly optimistic, and to my ears, increasingly unhinged, progress reports. Armitage, for her part, seemed to glow with an almost vampiric energy, feeding off Finch's desperation and the city's oppressive atmosphere. "We are on the cusp of rewriting human history, Captain," I overheard her telling him one evening, her voice smooth as poison silk. "Necturia holds secrets that will redefine our understanding of life itself, perhaps even extend it. Extend it." Finch clutched at her words like a drowning man to a life raft. The subtle pressure on my own mind was increasing. Whispers just below the threshold of hearing seemed to slither around the edges of my perception when I was alone in my bunk. Sometimes, I'd catch fleeting, impossible images in the corner of my eye. A tentacle vanishing around a corridor corner on the ship, a face in the static of a dead monitor. And the dreams, they were becoming more vivid, more insistent. I saw my father, Arian, not as he was in my memories, but younger, standing on a precipice within Nicturia, his face etched with a terrible understanding. He'd point, not towards treasure, but towards a specific, dark crevice in the city's architecture. His expression one of urgent warning before the image dissolved into swirling, inky blackness. I started triple-checking the seals on my emergency beacon before every dive, a cold knot of foreboding tightening in my stomach. The hum, It started as a faint vibration during a dive into what Armitage theorized was Nixuria's central temple, a vast domed structure pulsating with an energy that made my teeth ache. Ache? At first, I dismissed it as a resonance from the Nautilus thrusters, or perhaps an inner ear imbalance from the extreme pressure. But it grew. A low, insistent thrumming that bypassed the ears entirely, vibrating deep within my skull, resonating in my bones. It had a strange, almost hypnotic quality, pulling at my consciousness like an invisible tide. Armitage, her eyes fever-bright, seemed oblivious or perhaps receptive to it. "Can you feel it, Lyra?" she breathed, her hand on my shoulder, her touch surprisingly cold. "The city is awakening." Lena felt it first, or rather succumbed to it. We were mapping a series of interconnected tunnels, their walls carved with unsettlingly organic patterns, when she suddenly stopped. Her head tilted, a strange, serene smile spreading across her face. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice an airy monotone. "It's calling me." The hum in my own head intensified, clawing for purchase. I fought against a sudden, overwhelming urge to open my helmet, to join the sound. "Lena? Lena?" I said, my voice tight. "What are you hearing?" Her smile widened, becoming something unnatural. "The song of unmaking," she replied, her eyes losing focus, becoming milky white, the harbinger. It wants a choir. It wants a choir. Then, with a strength that belied her slender frame, she lunged for her helmet clasps, her fingers fumbling, desperate. "Let me in. I want to sing." Panic flared. This was it. Rule 3. "Mateo, get her!" I yelled, my own head swimming with a disorienting hum, fighting off waves of nausea and a strange, seductive lethargy. Mateo, his face grim, wrestled with Lena. She fought with a frenzied, almost inhuman power, her nails scraping against his visor. The hum in my skull reached a fever pitch, threatening to tear my consciousness apart. This wasn't just a sound. It was an invasion. "Surface, now!" I screamed over the comms, transmitting to the Abyssal Wanderer. "Rule 3 is active. Repeat Rule 3. Armitage, to my horror, made no move to help. She watched Lena's struggles with an unnerving, analytical detachment. Her lips parted in a rictus of fascination. "Remarkable," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. The preliminary stages of cortical integration. Mateo, with a grunt of effort, finally managed to subdue Lena, pinning her thrashing form against the tunnel wall. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anger. "The sub-controls are sluggish. Something's interfering." He fought with the joystick, the Nautilus responding with agonizing slowness. The hum was trying to lull us into submission, to keep us here, in its domain. Every instinct screamed to escape, to reach the distant, sunlit surface that now felt like a forgotten dream. The city, the entity within it, didn't want us to leave. It had found a potential voice in Lena, and it was hungry for more. Back on the Abyssal Wanderer, after a harrowing ascent where the Nautilus bucked and stalled as if fighting an unseen current, Lena was sedated and confined to the medbay. She thrashed in her sleep, muttering in that same alien tongue, her skin clammy and cold. Later, during a brief moment of lucidity, her eyes cleared, filled with a terrifying understanding. She clutched my hand, a grip like iron. "Lyra, it's not dead. It's chained. It wants out." Her voice was a ragged whisper. "The walls, they aren't just stone. They hum. Don't let Armitage." Her eyes rolled back as she slipped into unconsciousness again, leaving her warning hanging in the sterile air of the medbay like a curse. Late that night, unable to sleep, I accessed the ship's secure archives, looking for anything on my father's last expedition. Hidden deep within a corrupted data file almost erased, was a single audio log. His voice, Ariane Kai's voice, crackled through the static, strained and urgent. Not a city of treasures, Lyra-bug. If you ever find this, it's a prison. A resonance cage for something. Something that fell. The humming. It's how it breaks the lock. It needs a new key. The recording ended abruptly in a burst of static and a sound that might have been a scream, or something far, far worse. A new key. My blood ran cold. A new key, the way Armitage looked at me. The strange resonance I felt with Nicturian artifacts. My own resistance to the city's immediate effects. It wasn't just a job anymore. This was my legacy. A terrible inheritance. And the Harbinger, it seemed, knew my name. The air on the Abyssal Wanderer grew colder, not just in temperature, but in spirit. Lena remained mostly unresponsive in the medbay, a living conduit for the city's suffocating will, sometimes whispering phrases in that alien tongue, her eyes tracking unseen things across the ceiling. Matteo, bless his stoic heart, doubled down on system diagnostics, his usual calm replaced by a grim, watchful tension, muttering about anomalous energy spikes that mirrored Lena's episodes. Finch, confined to his quarters, was a ghost of himself, his hope curdling into a toxic brew of fear and denial, fed by Armitage's increasingly fervent reassurances. I knew, with a certainty that settled like ice in my bones, that our next dive would be our last, one way or another. Armitage was the epicenter of the ship's decaying sanity. She moved with a predatory grace, her eyes alight with an unholy fire. She'd visit Lena, not with concern, but with a notepad, recording the alien syllables, her expression one of rapturous discovery. She's adapting, Lyra, Armitage told me, her voice dripping with an almost religious zeal. The Harbinger is choosing its vessel. A symbiotic relationship, a leap in human evolution. Imagine the knowledge, the power. I saw no evolution, only a horrifying violation. My father's warning, it needs a new key, echoed relentlessly. The final descent, as Armitage termed it, was ostensibly to retrieve a unique energy signature from the very heart Scylla. A term I now suspected referred to a specific chamber or artifact crucial to the Harbinger's full awakening. Finch, too weak to object, had signed off on it, desperate for any sliver of Armitage's promised miracle. As we prepped the Nautilus, I saw Armitage discreetly slip a small, intricately carved obsidian idol, something I hadn't cataloged, into her dive kit. Alarm bells, loud and frantic, screamed in my head, down in the abyssal dark. Nicturia felt different, alert. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by a cacophony of whispers just beyond hearing. The thrumming now a palpable force that vibrated the very hull of the Nautilus. The bioluminescent flora pulsed in an agitated, syncopated rhythm. The city seemed to be breathing, its ancient lungs filling with anticipation. Lena, heavily sedated for the dive by Armitage's insistence, began to stir in the aft compartment as we approached the central temple. Her eyes snapped open, no longer milky, but glowing with a faint internal luminescence that mirrored the city's strange light. A low, guttural sound rumbled from her chest, syncing with the thrum outside. Then she lunged, not at us, but at a control panel, smashing it with fists that moved with impossible speed and strength. Warning sirens blared. Matteo cursed, wrestling with unresponsive controls. The Nautilus shuddered violently, its systems going haywire. It's trying to take control of the sub, Matteo yelled, his face slick with sweat. The integration is accelerating, Armitage cried, not with fear, but with triumph. She turned to me, her face a mask of ecstatic madness. "It knows you're here, Lyra. Your lineage. Your father tried to stop it, to understand it, just as I am understanding it now. He was weak. You have the resonance it craves. The key it was denied." Before I could react, the Nautilus slammed into something solid. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into emergency reds. We were inside the central temple, a vast, cavernous space where the Nighterian architecture converged in a disturbing vortex of impossible angles. At its center, a colossal, crystalline structure pulsed with an inner light, the source of the sickening hum. And floating before it, not quite touching it, was something that had once been Lena, but was now far, far more. Her body elongated, her limbs contorting, a shadowy, multi-limbed aura flickering around her like heat haze. The Harbinger was manifesting. "Behold!" Armitage shrieked, unstrapping herself, holding the obsidian idol aloft. "The catalyst! The bridge?" She began to chant in the same alien syllables Lena had uttered, her voice rising in a grotesque plainsong. Finch, watching on the monitors from his cabin, finally understood. A strangled sob escaped him. I heard his voice, faint and broken over the comms. "Nah, Genevieve, what have you done?" Then, a series of explosions rocked the abyssal wanderer far above. Red alerts flashed on our damaged console. Hull breach imminent. Finch, in his final desperate act, was trying to scuttle the ship, to take Nigeria Armitage, and the Harbinger down with him. The Harbinger Lena entity turned its glowing eyes towards Armitage, not with gratitude, but with a cold alien hunger. Tendrils of shadow erupted from it, lancing towards her. Armitage screamed, not in triumph, but in sudden, abject terror, as the shadows enveloped her, the obsidian idol clattering to the floor. Her form flickered, merged with the shadows, her cries dissolving into the all-consuming hum. The Harbinger wasn't looking for a partner. It was looking for fuel, for a stronger anchor. And then, its gaze, ancient and infinitely cold, fell on me. The pressure in my skull was unbearable. The hum sought to tear me apart, to unmake me and reshape me. But with it came a flood of images, my father not warning, but showing. He pointed to a specific sequence of glyphs on the crystalline structure, then to his own chest, then to a small, almost invisible fissure near the base of the spire. Resonance cage. The key. Break the lock, his meaning, fragmented yet urgent, pierced through the Harbinger's assault. Mateo, seeing his chance amidst the chaos, grabbed a heavy emergency toolkit. "Lyra, if you've got a plan, now's the time. Now's the time," he yelled, positioning himself between me and the pulsating entity, his face a mask of grim determination. "I'll buy you some seconds," he charged, swinging the heavy toolkit like a club. The Harbinger Lena recoiled slightly, its shadowy tendrils lashing out. But Mateo, with the desperate strength of a cornered man, battered at its shifting form, forcing it back, if only for a moment. My father's insights, the resonance cage, my own strange connection. I focused on the glyphs he'd shown me, on the specific frequency of the thrum that resonated strongest within me. It wasn't about resisting. Perhaps it was about redirecting, disrupting. I pressed my hand to the cool metal of the Nautilus' damaged hull, trying to channel the chaotic energy, to push back with my own specific resonance, aiming it not at the entity, but at the fissure my father had shown me in the crystalline structura. A high-pitched shriek, a sound that tore at the fabric of reality, erupted from the Harbinger. The light from the central crystal flared, then fractured. Cracks spread across its surface like black lightning. The hum faltered, stuttered, then dropped in pitch, becoming a wounded, discordant howl. Mateo staggered back, his exosuit smoking, one arm hanging limp. The shadowy tendrils around Lena receded, her form shrinking, becoming more human. Though still horrifically distorted, she collapsed, twitching. Its frequency, it's disrupting the core matrix, Mateo gasped, pointing at the fracturing crystal. But the Harbinger wasn't finished. A final desperate pulse of energy, a wave of pure malice, surged from the dying crystal, aimed directly at me. Mateo, with a roar, threw himself in its path. I saw the energy hit him, saw his exosuit spark and buckle, saw the light dim in his eyes before he crumpled to the floor of the Nautilus, motionless. His sacrifice bought me the last second I needed. The crystalline structure imploded, not with a bang, but with a deafening rush of silence. A vacuum that sucked the light and sound from the temple. The Harbinger Lena shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and then its form dissolved, imploding into a pinpoint of light that vanished. Silence. A true, dead silence. The emergency lights of the Nautilus flickered back on, casting long, dancing shadows. Mateo lay still. Lena, curled in a fetal position, was just Lena again, pale and unconscious. And outside, Nicturia felt empty. For now, the Abyssal Wanderer was gone. Our comms were dead. We were alone, thousands of feet beneath the surface, in a dying submersible, in a city that had, for a brief, terrifying moment, held the universe in its thrall. The silence in the Nautilus was a crushing weight, heavier than the tons of water pressing in from all sides. Mateo was gone. His sacrifice, a raw, jagged hole in the already battered fabric of my reality. I knelt beside him, my gloved hand resting on his cracked visor. A silent thank you. A bitter farewell. There was no time for grief, not yet. Survival was a relentless, immediate demand. Lena began to stir, a low moan escaping her lips. Her eyes fluttered open, human now, but filled with a profound, vacant horror. She remembered fragments, enough to understand the abyss she'd brushed against. Armitage. The song, she whispered, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the condensation inside her helmet. It's still in my head, faint, but primary systems were offline. Life support was dwindling. The Nautilus was a crippled metal coffin at the bottom of the world. My father's voice echoed in my memory. The city is resonance. It wants a key. Had I broken it, or just detuned it? The emptiness outside felt fragile, like a held breath. I salvaged what I could. Emergency power cells, a manual distress beacon, a long shot, given our depth and the likely destruction of the Abyssal Wanderer. My dive logs, Lena's fragmented data, Armitage's corrupted research files. These were our only testament. Proof, if we ever made it back, that this hadn't all been a pressure-induced hallucination. But the most critical discovery was amongst Armitage's things. Schematics for a deep-sea, geothermal vent nearby. One an advanced sub like the Nautilus might be able to harness for a desperate, short burst of power. If its systems could be rerouted, it was highly experimental, incredibly dangerous, and our only hope. Hours blurred into a desperate race against time and dwindling oxygen. My hands, raw and trembling, worked over the damaged circuitry, guided by Mateo's meticulously labeled schematics and my own frantic improvisations. Lena, despite her trauma, assisted. Her knowledge of the subsystems invaluable. Her movements slow but precise, driven by a primal will to live. Outside, Nicturia remained eerily still. But I couldn't shake the feeling that its silence was watchful, that its gaze hadn't truly departed, merely shifted. As I jury-rigged the final connection, a low thrum started again. Not the overwhelming hum of the Harbinger, but something far more subtle. A faint, almost inaudible vibration from the city itself. The walls of the temple seemed to shimmer faintly. It was awakening, or perhaps something else within it was. Lyra, Lena breathed, her eyes wide. It's not over. The emergency power channels surged, the Nautilus groaning in protest. Thrusters sputtered, then, miraculously, engaged. We rose, agonizingly slow, from the floor of the dead temple, leaving Matteo behind in the crushing dark. As we ascended through the haunted streets Scylla, I saw them, faint, ethereal shapes coalescing in the gloom, drawn perhaps by the resurrected power of the sub, or by the city's returning consciousness. Not the Harbinger as it was, but echoes, residual fragments of its will, or perhaps other, lesser denizens of Nyxuria disturbed by our intrusion. They drifted towards us, translucent and spectral, their forms indistinct but undeniably reaching. I pushed the thrusters to their failing limit, the Nautilus groaning under the strain. A desperate flight from a city that refused to relinquish its dead or its secrets. They found us 3 days later, adrift, life support failing, the Nautilus a battered wreck. Or rather, an automated UN oceanic patrol drone detected our faint, intermittently pulsing distress beacon. The official story, carefully constructed from our fragmented trauma-laced testimonies and the scant, corrupted data, was that the Abyssal Wanderer had suffered a catastrophic implosion due to an uncharted seismic event while investigating extreme geothermal anomalies. Captain Finch went down with his ship. Dr. Armitage, Mateo Diaz, declared lost at sea, presumed dead. Lena and I were the sole, miraculously lucky survivors, suffering from extreme deep-sea psychosis and acute post-traumatic stress. Nyxuria was dismissed as legend, a ghost story fueled by Finch's desperation and Armitage's ambition. The anomalous energy readings were attributed to the same seismic activity that supposedly destroyed the Wanderer. My father's research, what little remained, was filed away under speculative and uncorroborated. The world wanted a simple explanation, a tragedy they could comprehend, not a horror that lurked beyond the veil of their understanding. Lena never fully recovered. The song, she said, was always there, a faint, insistent whisper at the edge of her hearing, a cold spot in her mind where the Harbinger had touched her. She dedicated herself to obscure linguistic studies, forever searching for a way to understand, perhaps to exorcise, the echoes in her soul. We remained close, bound by a shared trauma no one else could fathom. I returned to a world that felt alien, too bright, too loud. The whispers of Nyxuria never truly left me. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, I would feel that familiar thrum in my bones, a chilling reminder of the abyss. I tried to warn them to speak of what truly happened, but my words were met with pitying smiles and recommendations for further psychiatric care. The sole survivor narrative was a powerful one, easily twisted into one of delusion. Years passed. I inherited my grandfather's library, his legacy. Amongst his oldest, most dust-laden tomes, I found it. A journal bound in what felt unnervingly like preserved skin. It wasn't his. It was my father's, Arian Kai's. True lost journal, hidden where he knew only I. Steeped in grandfather's lore. Might one day look. The entries were chilling. He had realized Nyxuria was a prison. He had understood the Harbinger was a fallen entity, an ancient intelligence of immense power, caged by beings even older. He hadn't tried to destroy it. He tried to reinforce the cage, to understand its resonant frequencies, to keep it dormant. His death wasn't an accident. He'd attempted a ritual, a desperate gamble to sever his own life force and bind a part of his consciousness to Nyxuria's core, to become a silent, eternal warden, a counter-resonance against the Harbinger. He'd hoped to buy humanity time, perhaps eons. My actions, my key-like resonance, hadn't just disrupted the Harbinger. They had inadvertently weakened my father's spectral chains. The emptiness I'd felt was the brief period of his reasserted control, his consciousness momentarily boosted by the destruction Scylla's focusing crystal, before the Harbinger itself began to regroup. The final entry was a plea, a terrible burden passed on. It will wake again, Lyra-bug. The cage is damaged. It needs a new warden. Your blood, your resonance. You are the only one now who can feel its song and not break. Do not let it sing to the world. The watch must be kept. Now I understand. My gift, my intuition, that resistance to the city's immediate effects. It was never a shield. It was an attunement, a legacy, a key. Yes, but also a lock. The Harbinger slumbers, wounded but not dead, deep in the crushing dark. And I, Lyra Kai, am its unwilling, unending sentinel. Sometimes, when the tide is low and the moon is new, I swear I can hear a faint, melodic humming carried on the wind, rising from the deepest, blackest trenches of the sea. And I know it is waiting, and I know one day I will have to answer its call, not as a victim, but as the reluctant guardian of a horror that must never, ever reach the surface. The abyss has a long memory, and my watch has only just begun. Nicturia holds its secrets tight, guarded by rules etched in fear and whispers from the deep. Lyra Kai learned that some treasures are best left undisturbed. The Harbinger sleeps, but its song is eternal, and its hunger is vast. This is only the beginning of the watch. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the deepest secret. The twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of the abyss and your terrible inheritance. The final moments change everything. What do you think the Harbinger truly is? What was Dr. Armitage seeking? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it out of the crushing dark, if the city hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some depths, they never truly let you go, and the hum is always listening. Some towns aren't just built on land, they're built on secrets. Welcome to Hollow Creek, a place where the past is buried deep but not forgotten. My name is Jacob Mercer, a journalist chasing redemption, but I found myself in a place where the church isn't just a building. It's a cage. We had 3 strange rules to survive the night. What's the most unsettling place you've ever visited? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to keep vigil in St. Michael's, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because tonight, the congregation isn't living. The service begins now. The first corpse I saw in Hollow Creek wasn't human. It was the town itself, splayed out under a bruised Colorado sky. Its bones picked clean by time and toxins. Roasted manna heads loomed like skeletal sentinels over streets, choked with withered weeds and the ghosts of collapsed buildings. The air, even in the dying light of late afternoon, tasted of sulfur and a deeper, more ancient bitterness, the exhalations of a poisoned earth. And at its heart, perched on a low, blighted hill like a carrion bird, sat St. Michael's Church, my new and quite possibly last place of employment. My name is Jacob Mercer. Until 6 months ago, it was a byline synonymous with sharp, if sometimes controversial, investigative journalism. Then came the Blackwood Parish Expose, a deeply entrenched, well-funded cult masquerading as a benign spiritual retreat. I had been right. Every damning word, but they had friends in high places, and the ensuing legal hurricane had shredded my career, my savings, and my reputation. Now, Jacob Mercer was more likely to be met with a slammed door or a lawyer's letter than a job offer. Desperation, I was learning, had a taste remarkably similar to the air in Hollow Creek. Father Alistair Thorne met me at the crumbling lich gate of St. Michael's. He was older than I expected, his frame as brittle as dried kindling, his face a roadmap of sorrowful lines. Yet his eyes, when they found mine, were startlingly clear, holding a profound, unsettling stillness. He offered a frail hand, the skin cool and papery. "Mr. Mercer," his voice was soft, like dust settling in an unused room. "Welcome. You have a certain resilience to have found your way here." The interview had been a series of cryptic emails, a surprisingly generous advance wired to my depleted account, and a set of GPS coordinates. No questions about my past, which was both a relief and a red flag. Inside, St. Michael's was cavernous and cold. The scent of decay was heavy, overlaid with the faint lingering ghost of incense, and something else, something subterranean and metallic, like damp pennies or old blood. Dust motors danced in the weak shafts of light filtering through boarded-up windows. A few grimy, intact, stained glass panes showed biblical scenes in faded, mournful colors. "Your duties are simple," Father Thorne said, his voice barely disturbing the oppressive silence as he led me towards the chancel. "Maintain a presence. See that the church remains undisturbed from midnight until the first true light of dawn. No services are held here anymore. Not for the living, at least." A shiver, unrelated to the church's chill, traced its way down my spine. He stopped before the main altar, a heavy stone slab draped in a moth-eaten cloth. "There are 3 rules, Mr. Mercer. They are not archaic suggestions. They are the conditions of your tenure here. They are absolute." His gaze pinned me, the earlier gentleness hardened by an edge of granite. "First," he stated, his voice even, "never light more than 7 candles on this altar, or any altar in this church, at any one time. The 8th candle, well, some flames are best left uninvited." My journalistic skepticism warred with the palpable wrongness of this place. "And if it lights itself?" A flicker of something, pain, annoyance, crossed his ancient face. "Then you will have learned a valuable lesson about invitations. Pray it is not your last," he continued. "Second, if you hear the sound of children singing, particularly from what might seem to be a lower level, or the crypts beneath the chancel, you will not investigate. This church," he paused, his eyes distant, "has no basement accessible to the living. The songs are echoes, Mr. Mercer, best left to fade." The metallic tang in the air seemed to intensify. "And third," his voice dropped further, compelling me to lean in. "After 3 o'clock in the morning, should the depictions in the stained glass windows appear to alter, to show scenes not originally rendered there, you will immediately close your eyes. You will recite the Lord's Prayer, backwards, from Amen to Our Father. Do not falter. Do not open your eyes until the recitation is complete. What comes to worship in the deep hours, Mr. Mercer, is not of our world, and it possesses a keen interest in souls that look upon its true face." I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. This wasn't a night watchman job. This was a sentence. "And what exactly am I keeping undisturbed, Father?" He offered a sad, knowing smile that didn't reach his eyes. "The delicate balance, Mr. Mercer, between memory and forgetting, between what is buried and what refuses to stay buried." He placed a heavy iron key in my palm. "Lock up behind me. Your vigil begins at midnight." As his shuffling footsteps faded towards the narthex, a sound echoed from beneath the heavy stone slabs of the chancel floor. A faint, rhythmic tapping. Tap, 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 like Morse code from the deep earth. "Father?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast emptiness. His voice drifted back, already distant. "The old mind workings, Mr. Mercer. The ground here is restless. It merely settles." Then he was gone, and I was alone. The weight of the iron key an anchor in the suffocating silence of St. Michael's. The sun bled out beyond the boarded windows, and the true dark of Hollow Creek began to press in. Midnight in St. Michael's was a different beast entirely. The last echo of Father Thorne's ancient car, sputtering away down the mountain path, had long faded, leaving a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. The air, already cold, dropped several more degrees, carrying on it the scent of turned earth and something else. Something coppery and sharp, like a freshly struck flint. I was alone, or at least, I hoped I was. The shadows cast by my single, battery-powered lantern seemed to stretch and writhe with a life of their own, clinging to the peeling frescoes and the grimacing gargoyles carved into the rotting choir stalls. This wasn't just an old church. It was a reliquary of sorrows. Remembering the first rule, I approached the main altar with a trepidation that had nothing to do with reverence. The candelabrum held 8 prongs. I carefully selected 7 beeswax candles from a dusty box Thorne had indicated, my hands surprisingly steady. One by one, I lit them, tiny beacons against the encroaching abyss. 7 small flames, guttering weakly. I stepped back, took a deep breath, and turned to check the heavy oak door to the narthex, ensuring the iron bolt was truly home. A sudden, bone-chilling draft, colder than anything the decaying structure should have been able to muster, snaked around my ankles, extinguishing 3 of my carefully lit candles. I cursed under my breath, turning back, and froze. An 8th candle now burned in the candelabrum. Its flame was taller than the others, an almost incandescent spear of light. And it wasn't the warm yellow of beeswax. It was a sickly, bilious green, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. It cast elongated, grotesque shadows that danced on the reredos behind the altar, making the faded depiction of the Last Supper look like a gathering of ghouls. The sharp scent of sulfur, unmistakable and accusatory, pricked my nostrils, overlaying the persistent metallic tang. My heart hammered against my ribs. The 8th flame, uninvited. I stared, mesmerized and terrified, as it burned with a cold, unwavering intensity. I didn't dare go near it. Shivering, I retreated to the small sacristy, a marginally less oppressive space. Here, I found a stack of old parish ledgers, their leather bindings cracked and mildewed. Most were illegible, the ink bled into watery blurs, but one, newer than the rest, perhaps from the church's last active days, contained lists of baptisms, marriages, deaths. Then, abruptly, the careful script changed. A spidery, almost frantic hand had scrawled a list of children's names. Dozens of them. Simple, old-fashioned names. Thomas, Elijah, Sarah, Elspeth. Beside the last name, a date was circled in faded red ink. October 17th, 1888. The year of the lost Lullaby mine disaster, according to my hasty pre-arrival research. The subsequent pages were utterly blank, as if the church itself had given up recording life after that day. Just as the first gray, reluctant hint of dawn began to seep through the grimy eastern windows, a rapping at the narthex door startled me so badly, I nearly dropped my lantern. Peering through a crack, I saw the silhouette still uniformed man, Deputy Marcus Coe. His patrol vehicle was parked silently outside. "Just checking on things, Mr. Mercer," he said when I unbolted the door, his voice deceptively casual. He was younger than I expected, with a hard, weathered face that didn't match his years, and eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Old Father Thorne, he worries. Place like this, remote. Anything can happen." His gaze swept the interior of the church, lingering for a moment on the altar, where, I noted with a fresh jolt, only 7 candles now burned. The 8th, and its sickly green flame, inexplicably gone, leaving no trace of wax or soot. Cole's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Hollow Creek likes its quiet, Mr. Mercer. Best for everyone if it stays that way." It wasn't a suggestion. It was an instruction. wrapped in a thin veneer of law enforcement concern. As his vehicle crunched away on the gravel, I stood in the nascent daylight, exhaustion warring with a gnawing dread. The church felt subtly different now, as if a veil had thinned. And then I heard it, a faint, almost inaudible sigh, soft as a child's breath, seeming to emanate from directly behind the pulpit, as if someone sleeping there had just been disturbed by the rising sun. My blood ran cold. The memories in this place weren't just old. They were active. The following days were a blur of fitful sleep in my cheap motel room 20 miles away, and obsessive, late-night online research into Hollow Creek. Information was frustratingly scarce. The Lost Lullaby disaster was mentioned in archived newspaper snippets, always briefly, focused quickly, shifting to the mine's wealthy East Coast owners and their financial losses, rather than the human cost. The sheer number of child laborers who perished was hinted at, then glossed over, a stain the official record seemed eager to erase. But erased histories, I knew, had a habit of festering. My second night at St. Michael's was colder, the silence more pregnant. I lit my 7 candles, defiantly avoiding even looking at the 8th prong. Just after 2 a.m., it began, a low melodic humming, so faint at first, I thought it was the wind in the eaves. Then it resolved into distinct notes, then voices, children, singing a wordless, achingly melancholic lullaby that seemed to drift up from the very flagstones beneath the pews. The sound was heart-wrenchingly beautiful, filled with an innocent sorrow that tugged at something deep within me. Then, without warning, the melody shifted, became subtly discordant, the sorrow tinged with an eerie, inviting quality. The coppery smell in the air intensified, now mixed with the cloying scent of damp earth and something else, coal dust. It was as if the mine itself was breathing up through the floor. I found myself inching towards the chancel, peering at joins in the stonework, an overwhelming compulsion to find a trapdoor, a hidden stairwell consuming me. The church has no basement accessible to the living, Thorne had said. The implicit warning screamed in my head. I fought the urge, my knuckles white as I gripped the back of a pew, the wood cold and splintered beneath my fingers. The next afternoon, driven by a need for answers that outweighed my caution, I sought out Agnes Holloway. Her cabin, a ramshackle affair on the edge of the blighted woods that encircled Hollow Creek, looked as though it had grown out of the poisoned soil itself. She was a formidable figure, her face a mask of wrinkles, her eyes like chips of obsidian. She greeted me with a loaded shotgun and a look that could curdle milk. But when I mentioned the children singing, and told her the names I'd found in the parish ledger, a flicker of something, ancient grief, perhaps, softened the granite of her expression. So, the buried choir still seeks an audience, she rasped, her voice like stones grinding together. She lowered the shotgun, but her suspicion remained. She spoke in cryptic pronouncements about the earth remembering its own deaths that echo through generations. When I pressed her about the church, she spat. That ain't no house, Scylla. It's a wound, and some wounds, they fester. Before I left, as the sun began to dip, painting the blighted landscape in hues of orange and purple, Agnes pressed a small, tarnished silver bell into my hand. It was old, intricately engraved with weeping willows and what looked like tiny, sleeping cherubs. Some songs are only meant for certain ears, city man, she croaked, her eyes suddenly sharp and knowing. If the lullaby gets too persuasive, ring this. But be warned, everything in Hollow Creek has a price. Every silence broken, every debt acknowledged. It all adds to the tally. Her words felt less like advice and more like a prophecy. As I walked away, I could hear her humming a tuneless, discordant melody, a chilling counterpoint to the phantom choir of St. Michael's. The sense of being watched within St. Michael's became a constant companion. It was in the way shadows pulled too deeply in the corners, the way drafts seemed to follow me, cold and inquisitive, the way the ancient timbers creaked and groaned as if under an immense, invisible weight. My skepticism was eroding, replaced by a primal, nerve-shredding fear. I started barricading the narthex door with a heavy wooden beam I found in the bell tower. A futile gesture against whatever lurked within, but a small comfort nonetheless. The job wasn't worth my sanity, but the advance was spent, and the shame of crawling back to my old life, tail between my legs, was a powerful motivator. For now. The third rule tested itself shortly after 3 a.m. on my fourth night. I was huddled in the sacristy, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, when a strange, watery light began to spill from the main nave. Cautiously, I peered out. The large stained glass window to the left of the altar, depicting St. Michael with his spear, transfixing a grotesque, cowering dragon, was animated. Not just light passing through it, but the image itself was rippling, like a reflection in disturbed water. As I watched, transfixed in horror, St. Michael's beatific face slowly twisted, the painted compassion contorting into a leering, predatory grin. His halo dimmed, becoming a thorny crown. The dragon beneath his spear writhed, and its scales seemed to resolve into a screaming, writhing mass of tiny, trapped human forms, their faces contorted in agony. My breath hitched. Recite the Lord's Prayer backward. Thorn's words. My mind, numb with terror, fumbled for the words. Slamming my eyes shut, I began, my voice a choked whisper. Nima, reviled tub. Noitat met otni tonzu el dia. The air temperature plummeted, a charnel miasma filling my nostrils, acrid sulfur, and a cloyingly sweet odor, like flowers left to rot on a grave. A pressure built against my eyelids, as if something was trying to pry them open, to force me to look. I squeezed them tighter, my recitation accelerating, stumbling over the reversed syllables. Sevigrof USA, suserpsart ruosu evigrof dia. The presence, vast and malevolent, seemed to loom just inches from my face. When I finally gasped out, Nearinicitrao, retafuru. The pressure vanished. The cloying scent receded, leaving only the usual dust and decay. Trembling, I dared to open my eyes. The window was as it had been. St. Michael serene, the dragon vanquished. But the afterimage, the demonic saint, and the souls trapped in scales, was seared onto my retinas. What came to worship after 3 a.m. wasn't human. The next day, when Father Thorn arrived to relieve me, he looked even more spectral than usual. His skin stretched thin over his sharp bones, his eyes holding a deep, weary sorrow. I confronted him, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anger. What is this place, Father? What really happened here? He sighed, a sound like autumn leaves skittering across a tombstone. This church, Mr. Mercer, ministers to a congregation with unique needs. Needs that transcend the veil. Some souls are tied to a place by grief, by trauma, by unfinished penance. We merely offer them a sanctuary, a place to be heard. Boundaries must be maintained for their sake and for ours. His explanation felt like a carefully constructed lie, concealing a far more monstrous truth. That afternoon, Agnes Holloway was waiting for me by my car, parked a safe half-mile from the church. She didn't speak, just pressed a heavy, leather-bound journal into my hands. It was brittle with age, the pages foxed and water-stained. My great-grandmother's, she said, her voice flat. She was one of the first in Hollow Creek before the silence fell completely. She saw things, wrote things. Maybe a city man like you can make sense of what fools like her only feared. Back in my motel room, with a bottle of cheap whiskey for courage. I began to read. The script was archaic. The ink faded. But the story it told was one of growing dread. A covenant made in desperation. A church built not to banish an old darkness, but to contain it. To feed it with the town's own sorrow. The Hungry Hill, her ancestor called St. Michael's Perch. It demands its tithe. The following morning, as I made my pre-dawn check after another night of strained vigilance, I found them near a small, rarely used side chapel door. Almost hidden by overgrown weeds were fresh, muddy footprints, very small, child-sized, and they led into the church. There were no tracks leading out. The coppery smell hit me then, stronger than ever, and with it, a wave of unimaginable, crushing despair. The church wasn't just haunted, it was actively taking. The storm hit Hollow Creek just after dusk, a savage, black-hearted tempest that mirrored the roiling chaos in my own soul. Rain lashed against the boarded windows of St. Michael's, like angry fists, and the wind shrieked through the gaps in the decaying roof, a chorus of the damned. Inside, the usual oppressive silence was shattered by the thunder's percussive cannons, and the groan of ancient timbers fighting a losing battle against the elements. Tonight, something had to break, and my dwindling supply skill of whiskey, purchased in a moment, still a bleak foresight, wasn't for courage. It was for numbness, but even it couldn't dull the certainty that I couldn't endure another night of passive waiting, of being a sacrificial lamb in this unholy abattoir. Father Thorne had left earlier than usual, his frail form buffeted by the rising wind. His parting words, "The storm will pass, Mr. Mercer." Some nights are simply more vocal than others, ringing with a chilling prescience. Vocal, yes. That was one word for it. Fueled by a potent cocktail of cheap rye, simmering terror, and a desperate, reckless defiance, I stared at the altar candelabrum. The first rule, never light more than 7. Tonight, I wasn't just going to light 7. I was going to actively defy the 8th. I placed only 6 candles, leaving the 7th and 8th prongs conspicuously bare. A small rebellion, perhaps, but it felt like drawing a line in the desecrated dust of this cursed place. "Come on, then," I muttered to the oppressive darkness. "Show me your hand." The response was immediate and terrifying, as if on cue with a particularly violent crack of thunder that shook the very foundations of the church. The 7th prong, the one I'd left empty, burst into flame, not the bilious green from before, but a ravenous, roaring orange that clawed at the air, and beside it, an instant later, the 8th ignited with an audible crack, its flame a column of pure, shadow-devouring white, so intense it seared after images onto my retinas. The 2 uninvited flames towered over the others, casting monstrous, elongated shadows that writhed and pulsed on the flaking walls. Shadows that seemed to pull away from the very fabric of the church, taking on a terrifying 3-dimensional solidity. The sulfurous stench was back, thick enough to gag on, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of an open grave. Then, the singing. It erupted from beneath my feet, not the sorrowful lullaby of previous nights, but a wild, hungry, demanding chorus. The sound wasn't just in my ears. It vibrated through the flagstones, up through the soles of my boots, into my very bones. The floorboards beneath the main altar, directly over where I'd heard the tapping, began to splinter and crack with a sound like snapping bone. They buckled upwards, then collapsed inwards, revealing a dark, yawning chasm beneath the church, the sealed entrance to the lost lullaby mine. And from that Stygian darkness, pale, small, dirt-stained hands reached up, blindly grasping, their movements disturbingly childlike, yet imbued with an unnatural strength. As if this cacophony of horrors wasn't enough, the remaining intact stained glass windows didn't just rattle, they exploded inwards, not from the wind, which howled impotently outside, but as if struck by an immense invisible battering ram from within. Shards of colored glass rained down like deadly confetti through the jagged, gaping holes. I saw not the raging storm, but a swirling, chaotic void, a maelstrom of non-Euclidean geometry, a vortex of impossible colors, and within it, countless, luminous, accusing eyes, all fixed on me. And then they began to step through. They weren't Thorn's vaguely alluded to congregation. They were tall, gaunt figures, impossibly elongated, clad in the tattered, filth-encrusted remains of 19th century miners' clothes. Their faces were lost in shadow, deep recesses where features should have been. But from those hollows, twin pinpricks of the same sickly green light, as the original eighth candle burned with malevolent intelligence. The penitent, in its truest, most terrifying form, had arrived. They moved with a slow, deliberate purpose, their heavy phantom boots making no sound on the debris-strewn floor. I stumbled back, scrambling for an escape. But the main narthex door, my only viable exit, creaked open. It wasn't the wind. Father Alistair Thorne stood framed in the doorway, no longer frail, but somehow amplified by the storm and the chaos within his accursed church. He held not a crucifix, but a gnarled staff of blackened wood, topped with what looked horrifically like a mummified human hand. He began to chant, a torrent of guttural, clicking syllables that resonated with the unholy chorus from the chasm. "The hour of reckoning is upon us, Mr. Mercer." Thorne's voice, no longer soft, boomed over the storm, imbued with an unnatural power. "The tithe is due. Your service, your soul begins now. Your hour." Behind him, Deputy Marcus Cole materialized from the storm's lashing rain, his face a mask of grim fanaticism, a pump-action shotgun leveled steady in his hands. "No one leaves Hollow Creek once they've heard the midnight bells, Mercer," Cole snarled, his eyes gleaming with a fervent, unsettling light. "Their sorrow is the town's only peace. Your penance ensures it." Then, a new horror. Agnes Holloway appeared from the side chapel, her face a mask of crazed, grief-stricken hope. She was pushing a child-sized, crudely made wooden coffin ahead of her, its lid slightly ajar. "My little lamb, Thomas. He's been so lonely," she wailed, her voice cracking. "He needs a friend to guide him to the new flock, Mr. Mercer. Someone strong to lead the way. Your soul, it burns so brightly. It will do nicely to light his path." With a strength I wouldn't have believed her capable of, she lunged, trying to shove me towards the open chasm, and the eagerly grasping, dirt-caked hands of the child spirits. Trapped. The mining specters advanced, Thorne chanted. Cole aimed. Agnes shoved. My mind raced, a frantic scramble for survival. The silver bell Agnes had given me. Where was it? My pocket. My hand fumbled, closed around its cold metal. As the first of the child hands brushed against my boot, its touch burning like freezer burn, I yanked out the bell and shook it violently. The small tarnished bell emitted a surprisingly clear, piercing chime that cut through the cacophony. The effect was instantaneous and startling. The child's spirits recoiled as if struck, their pale hands snatching back from the edge of the chasm. Faint, distressed whimpers replacing their hungry chorus. The advancing mining specters faltered, their green eyes dimming for a split second, their shadowy forms flickering. Even Thorne's guttural chant hitched. Some songs are only meant for certain ears. Everything here has a price. Agnes' words. The momentary distraction was all I had. My eyes fell upon the heavy, leather-bound journal Agnes had given me, lying forgotten on a nearby pew where I'd been reading it earlier. Her ancestors' words. The hungry hill. It demands its tithe, but fears the true names of those it first consumed. The ledger in the sacristy, the list of children's names. A desperate, insane gamble. Thomas, Sarah, Elijah! I screamed their names from the ledger. The names from the lost lullaby. Into the howling chaos. They lied to you. This isn't peace. This is torment. The effect was more profound than the bell. The child's spirits stilled, their grasping hands now held out, almost pleadingly. The mining specters, the penitent, flinched, their shadowed forms wavering as if struck by a physical blow. A wave of pure, concentrated sorrow, a psychic scream of betrayal and grief, washed over the church, so potent it brought even Thorn and Cole to their knees for a moment. Agnes shrieked, "No! Don't listen to him, my lambs! He seeks to divide the flock." But her voice was lost in the rising tide of spectral agony. This wasn't just a haunting. It was an open wound, and I had just poured salt into it. The very air crackled with raw, untamed supernatural energy, and the battle for St. Michael's, and my soul, had truly begun. The church had become a vortex of raw, untamed emotion. My defiant shouts of the children's names, names the penitent had perhaps sought to erase or absorb, had driven a wedge into their spectral unity. The child spirits, no longer a hungry chorus, were now a chorus of individual laments, their tiny ethereal forms flickering between sorrow and a dawning, ghostly fury. They turned, not on me, but towards the towering, shadowed figures of the miners, their original betrayers, their first tormentors. The penitent recoiled, their shadowy forms wavering, their sickly green eyes blinking, as if against a sudden, unexpected light. The carefully constructed illusion of a unified congregation was shattering. Taking desperate advantage of the momentary chaos, I grabbed the heavy, iron-tipped processional cross that lay discarded near the altar. A relic from a more devout, or perhaps more naive, era of St. Michael's. It probably held no true holy power here. Not anymore. But it was solid, heavy, and a symbol, however tarnished. As Thorn, recovering from the psychic backlash, raised his staff of mummified bone to resume his unholy chanting, I brought the cross down hard on the arm holding the vile implement. There was a sickening crack of old bone. Thorn's, not the staff's. And he screamed, a thin, reedy sound that was all too human. The staff clattered to the flagstones. Deputy Cole, his face contorted with rage and a dawning fanatic fear, raised his shotgun. Blasphemer, you'll burn for this. But before he could fire, one of the larger, more defined child spirits, little Thomas perhaps, emboldened by the invocation of his name, drifted with terrifying speed towards him, its tiny hands outstretched, its eyes now glowing with a sorrowful, accusatory light. Cole yelped, a sound of pure, primal terror, stumbling backward, firing a wild shot into the already ravaged ceiling. He tripped over a fallen pew and scrambled away, crab walking towards the shattered narthex, his bravado utterly broken by direct, undeniable supernatural contact. He fled out into the screaming storm, leaving the door to bang uselessly in the wind. Agnes Holloway was a different story. Her grief had curdled into a terrifying, possessive madness. "They are my children," she shrieked, trying to shield the mouth-cilla chasm with her own frail body, as if to protect the penitent from the very souls they had consumed. He promised. He promised they would never be alone. She lunged at me, her nails like talons, but the anguished cries of the child spirits, now swirling around the chasm like a miniature spectral vortex, seemed to disorient her. The turning point came not from any action of mine, but from the church itself, or rather, from the unstable ground beneath it. The storm outside reached a new crescendo, and with a groan that seemed to emanate from the very bowels of the earth, the chancel floor, already weakened, gave way entirely. A significant portion, including the heavy stone altar and the area where Agnes stood wailing, collapsed into the gaping maw Scylla mine shaft. With a deafening roar of splintering wood and grinding stone, Agnes vanished with a final, despairing cry, swallowed by the darkness she had courted. Father Thorn, clutching his broken arm, scrabbled at the edge of the newly widened abyss, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. The power he'd wielded, the pact he'd maintained, was literally crumbling beneath him. The child's spirits, their laments reaching a fever pitch, swirled around him, their tiny hands no longer grasping, but pulling. He screamed as they dragged him, inch by inch, over the precipice and into the blackness of the lost lullaby. His final choked cry was swallowed by the earth. In the penitent specters, their power source, the church, the suffering, perhaps Thorn himself, disrupted, began to fade. Their shadowy forms grew translucent, their green eyes dimmed, and with a final collective sigh that sounded like wind through 1,000 broken windows, they were drawn back, down into the depths from whence they came. The unholy eighth candle, and its towering white flame, sputtered and died. The hungry chorus was silenced as the first true rays of dawn, pale and tentative after the storm's fury, began to pierce through the shattered stained glass windows and the holes in the roof. The oppressive atmosphere in St. Michael's lifted. It wasn't peace, not by a long shot, but the active, malevolent presence was gone. The church was a wreck, a disaster zone of splintered wood, shattered glass, and gaping holes. A faint smell of ozone from the storm mingled with the lingering sulfur and the damp earth Scylla mine. I stood there, shaking, battered, covered in dust and grime, the iron cross still clutched in my hand, the sole living witness to the night's unholy desecration. Hollow Creek had claimed its due. Months later, the chill Scylla Hollow Creek still clung to my bones, a phantom ache that no amount of distance or sunshine could fully exorcise. I wrote the story, The Hollow Creek Vigil, a night among the damned. It was raw, visceral, and filled with details no sane editor should have touched. Yet this time, it didn't destroy me. Perhaps it was the sheer unhinged conviction in my writing, or perhaps the unexplained seismic tremors recorded in that remote part of Colorado that very night, coupled with some blurry, inconclusive satellite imagery showing anomalous thermal activity around what was once St. Michael's Church, lent it a sliver Scylla credibility it wouldn't have otherwise had. It didn't make me a journalistic hero. It made me that guy, the one who wrote the crazy ghost story that might, just might, have had a Colonel Scylla truth. I found a niche, a small shadowed corner in the world Scylla paranormal investigation and Fortean journalism, a place where my particular brand Scylla damaged goods was, if not celebrated, at least tolerated, at least to the foreign currency. The scent of sulfur, the sound of children singing hymns, the flickering of a candle in a darkened room. These things were no longer innocuous. They were triggers, tiny keys that unlocked the cold, dark box in my mind where the memories Scylla St. Michael's festered. Sleep was often a battlefield, filled with grasping hands and eyes like dying embers. One crisp autumn evening, seeking a moment of quiet contemplation I knew I wouldn't find, I found myself wandering into an old, almost forgotten church in a quiet neighborhood of the city I now called home. It smelled of beeswax and old hymnals, a comforting, familiar scent. I sat in a worn oak pew, idly watching the play of late afternoon light through a relatively simple stained glass window. On the altar, a single candelabrum held 7 unlit candles. I smiled wryly. 7. A safe number. Then, without a sound, without a flicker of movement from me or any discernible draft, a tiny flame winked into existence on one of the wicks. It grew, steady and sure, a clear, unwavering light. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, thinking it was a trick Scylla light, a remnant Scylla my trauma. But the flame remained, and then, Slowly, deliberately, another candle, beside the first, ignited itself. The eighth flame. My heart began to hammer, a frantic, familiar rhythm against my ribs. The comforting scent of beeswax and old hymnals was suddenly, subtly, overlaid with the faint coppery tang of disturbed earth and something else. Something that smelled like cold, ancient sorrow. I didn't need to turn to see if the depictions in the stained glass were shifting. I didn't need to wait for the whispers to begin. The psychic scar tissue. Scylla Hollow Creek throbbed with a terrible, knowing ache. Later that week, a small, anonymously sent package arrived at my cramped apartment. No return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried, brittle leaves that looked suspiciously like those from the blighted woods around Hollow Creek, was a small, tarnished silver bell. Beneath it, a yod, handwritten in a spidery, elegant script that was disturbingly familiar. Though I couldn't quite place it, it read, "The congregation is always seeking new voices, Mr. Mercer. Some silences are too profound to remain unbroken. We know you can still hear the songs. When you are ready, the midnight bells will guide you." The toll from Hollow Creek, it seemed, was still being collected. And the silence, I knew with a chilling certainty, was only ever temporary. The Hungry Hill, or places like it, always found a way to demand their tithe. The vigil, in some form or another, would never truly end. St. Michael's holds its secrets close, and the ground remembers those it has swallowed. Jacob Mercer learned that some truths come with a terrifying cost. The rules were just a fragile shield against a horror waiting in the darkness. The congregation is silenced, for now. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation. The twist that reveals the true, terrifying scope of Hollow Creek's reach. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the penitent truly are? What was Father Thorn trying to contain? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night in Hollow Creek, if the Hungry Hill hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some debts are eternal, and the vigil is always waiting. Some towns hold their secrets tight. Millbrook wears them like a shroud. Welcome to a place where retirement is less about peace and more about facing the past. My name is Frank Simmons, a cop haunted by a cold case. But I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the shadows of a condemned mental institution. What's the creepiest abandoned building you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to face Hillcrest after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in Millbrook, the past isn't just history. It's waiting. It's waiting. The watch begins now. The first thing that hit me wasn't the chill of Penobscot Bay, nor the scent of pine and damp earth that was supposed to spear Millbrook, Maine. It was a cold, familiar dread, coiling in my gut, like a slumbering serpent, disturbed. 30 years. 30 years since I'd last seen the skeletal silhouette of Hillcrest Asylum looming on that godforsaken hill. A jagged tooth against the bruised twilight sky. I'd driven away then. A rookie cop with a half-finished, deeply unsettling case file tucked in my satchel. A case that had been abruptly, inexplicably closed from on high. Now, I was back. A retired Boston homicide detective, Frank Simmons, looking for a peace that felt as distant and mythical as the town's cheerful welcome sign. The weight of that old failure, that lingering wrongness, settled over me thicker than any coastal fog. Brody Maxwell hadn't changed much, just thicker around the middle, his once dark hair, now a salt and pepper cap beneath his sheriff's Stetson. The warmth in his handshake felt forced, his eyes holding a guarded weariness I recognized from too many years looking into the abyss. We sat in his cramped office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and unspoken history. "Good to have you back, Frank," he said, the words sounding rehearsed. Though I gotta say, Millbrook ain't exactly a retirement hotspot. It's quiet, Quiet is what I'm looking for, Brody. I lied, or at least told myself I was. He leaned back, his chair creaking in protest. Quiet has its price here, Frank. Some things, some places, they're best left undisturbed. Hillcrest, for instance. His gaze flicked towards the window, towards the distant, brooding shape on the hill. The town lives by a few. Let's call them local customs. For your own good, you'd be wise to observe them. He then laid out the 3 rules, his voice low and serious, each one more bizarre than the last. Never drive past Hillcrest after dark. Don't answer any phantom payphones. Stay indoors when the fog gets too thick to see. He didn't offer explanations, just the grim assertion that they were matters of survival, not superstition. The way he said it, the deep lines etched around his eyes, told me he believed every damn word. My childhood home, inherited after my estranged mother's passing, felt cold and empty, mirroring the hollow in my own chest. Dust lay thick on everything, a shroud over memories I'd tried to bury. As I stood by a grimy window, looking out at the encroaching night, a faint, mournful sound drifted on the wind. It could have been the sigh of ancient trees, or the far-off cry of a loon, or it could have been the wind whistling through the shattered panes of Hillcrest Asylum, carrying with it whispers I wasn't ready to hear. I told myself it was just the wind, but the serpent in my gut stirred restlessly. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and troubled. I woke with a start, heart hammering, unsure what had disturbed me. The room was pitch black, the silence of Millbrook absolute. Then I heard it, faint, tinny, achingly out of place, the distinct, rhythmic ringing of a telephone. Brrring, brrring. It seemed to come from somewhere outside, down the street. A lonely, insistent summons in a town that Brody had assured me hadn't had a functioning public payphone in over a decade. The serpent in my gut was now wide awake and hissing. The phantom ringing continued for perhaps a dozen cycles, each one a nail hammered into the coffin Scylla hoped for peace, before abruptly stopping, leaving behind a silence that felt even more charged than before. I didn't move. Didn't dare breathe too loudly, remembering Brody's second rule with a chilling clarity. Something was calling, but it wasn't for me to answer. The rest of the night was a sleepless vigil. Every creak of the old house, every sigh of the wind, magnified into a potential threat. The next few days I tried to settle in, unpacked a few boxes, made a desultory attempt at fishing down at the old pier. But Hillcrest loomed, both literally and figuratively. The town itself seemed to hold its breath, its Rockwellian facade barely concealing an undercurrent Scylla old fears. I found the Millbrook Historical Society, housed in the back of a dusty, underfunded library that smelled of decaying paper and forgotten stories. The acting librarian, a woman named Eleanor Ellie Ainsworth, was a bird-like septuagenarian with eyes as sharp as obsidian shards. She regarded me with a mixture of suspicion and an almost predatory curiosity when I mentioned my interest in Hillcrest. The asylum, she'd said, her voice a dry rustle. Most folks round here pretend it ain't even there. Easier that way. But some shadows, they got long memories. She grudgingly allowed me access to a few boxes of brittle newspaper clippings and faded town records, her gaze following me as I sifted through the fragile history. The pull of the unanswered call was strong. Morbid curiosity, or perhaps the ingrained habit of a detective smelling a cold case, led me on a walk a few days later. I followed the general direction of the phantom ringing. On a deserted corner near the old cannery, now a collapsing ruin, I found it. A rusted metal plate bolted to a brick wall, the faint outline where a payphone enclosure had once been. Nothing else. Yeah. As I stood there, a sudden, unnatural chill permeated the air, and for a fleeting moment, I caught the distinct antiseptic scent of a hospital corridor, overlaid with something else, something faintly metallic, like old, dried blood. A shiver traced its way down my spine, The air shimmered for a second, and I could have sworn I heard the faint click of a receiver being replaced, followed by a sigh. I met Dr. Evelyn Hayes at the town's small clinic shortly after. A routine checkup I'd scheduled more out of a need for normalcy than any actual ailment. She was in her late 40s, professional, with intelligent, calm eyes. She spoke of Millbrook's limited resources, the challenges of rural medicine. When I cautiously broached the subject of Hillcrest, she gave the official line: structural instability, asbestos, the usual reasons for condemnation. A sad chapter, of course, she'd said, her expression unreadable. Tragic, some of the antiquated treatments. But best left in the past, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Simmons? There was a smooth finality to her tone that discouraged further questions. That evening, restless, I took another walk, the unease from the phantom phone still clinging to me. As I passed a narrow, unlit alley between two boarded-up storefronts, not far from where the payphone had been, I saw him. An indistinct figure, tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the faint glow of a distant streetlight. He was moving slowly, almost shuffling. But what caught my attention, freezing me in place, was the sound. A low, tuneless whistling. A strange, discordant melody that seemed to crawl under my skin. It tugged at something deep in my memory. A faint, chilling echo from that old shelved Hillcrest case file. A detail I couldn't quite grasp. Before I could get a better look, the figure turned and melted into the deeper shadows of the alley, the whistling fading into the night's other, more mundane sounds. But the melody and the unease it produced lingered. Ellie Ainsworth's archives, though disorganized, were a goldmine still a grim suggestion. Faded articles from the Millbrook Chronicle circa 1950s and 60s lauded Dr. Lawrence Winter's revolutionary therapies at Hillcrest. Hydrotherapy, electroshock, experimental psychotropics, all hailed as breakthroughs. Then, a subtle shift in tone. Brief, sanitized mentions of unforeseen complications, patient transfers, and then a carefully worded piece on a minor fire incident and the subsequent quiet condemnation of the entire facility. No mention of patient deaths, no hint of the darker rumors that even I, as a rookie, had heard whispers Scylla decades ago. The town's memory had been professionally scrubbed, but the stains, I suspected, had merely soaked deeper into the foundations. Ellie mentioned in hushed tones old tales of sudden, thick fogs that coincided with the worst incidents at Hillcrest. Fogs that were unnatural, even for the coast. The first rule, never drive past Hillcrest after dark, was one I'd intended to rigorously uphold. But life, even retired life, had a way of throwing curveballs. A call from my sister in Portland. Her youngest had taken a tumble, a suspected concoction. She needed someone to watch her older kids while she dealt with the hospital. By the time I was heading back to Millbrook, it was well past midnight, a sliver of a malevolent moon hanging in the sky. The long way home would add another hour, and exhaustion was a heavy cloak. Against my better judgment, fueled by weariness and a stubborn spark of defiance, I took the old Hillcrest Road. The asylum grounds were a black, sprawling miasma on the hillside, the main building a jagged mouth, gaping at the stars. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating crumbling stone walls, overgrown courtyards, and windows like vacant eyes. And then I saw them, not clearly, not distinctly, but movements, shadows detaching themselves from deeper shadows. Slow, languid, almost drifting figures among the skeletal trees and broken-down outbuildings. There was no overt threat, no sudden lunge from the darkness, just a profound sense of sorrow, of lost souls condemned to an eternal, aimless wander. But the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following the progress of my car, was intense, suffocating. My hands gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I didn't speed up. I didn't dare. I just drove, counting the seconds until Hillcrest was in my rearview mirror. The encounter emboldened me to confront Brody again. We met at the diner, the only place in Millbrook that seemed to hold a semblance of normalcy. I laid out what I'd seen, what I suspected. His face, usually stoic, tightened. "Frank, for God's sake," he said, his voice low and urgent, "you're playing with fire. Those rules aren't quaint local folklore. They're tripwires. Some doors are meant to stay locked, for everyone's safety." He wouldn't elaborate, just kept repeating his warnings, his gaze haunted. It was Dr. Evelyn Hayes who, surprisingly, offered a chink of light. I ran into her at the pharmacy, and on impulse, mentioned my research, framing it as a historical curiosity. A strange look crossed her face, something I couldn't quite decipher. "No, shh. Hillcrest is a sensitive subject, Frank," she said carefully. "But as the county me, I do have access to certain archived medical records. Some were improperly stored after the closure. If your interest is purely academic, perhaps I could assist. Unofficially, of course. It felt like a test, an offer freighted with unspoken conditions. Later that week, a plain manila envelope appeared in my mailbox. Inside, photocopies of patient admission forms, heavily redacted treatment logs, and a few grainy photographs. One showed Dr. Lawrence Winters, a man with piercing eyes and a humorless smile, standing with a group of stern-faced nurses. In the background, half hidden in the shadows behind a gurney, was a young patient. His face was blurred, but his posture, the slight tilt of his head, was unmistakable. And though I couldn't see his lips clearly, I knew, with a sudden, sickening certainty, that he was whistling that same discordant, unforgettable tune. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. It started subtly, a pearlescent haze clinging to the hollows in the early mornings, burning off by mid-morning. Then it began to linger, a damp gray shroud that muted sounds and blurred edges, giving Millbrook an ethereal, dreamlike quality. The old-timers at the diner grumbled, their faces etched with a new layer of worry. Ellie Ainsworth, when I visited her, her library feeling more like a besieged fortress than a repository of knowledge, looked genuinely frightened. "This ain't natural fog, Mr. Simmons," she whispered, her voice raspy. "This is Hillcrest fog. It moves with a mind Scylla own. When it gets thick, when you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you stay inside. You lock your doors, because they walk in it. The ones who are still looking. Looking for who, Ellie?" I asked, though a cold dread was already forming in my gut. "The doctors, of course," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "The ones who hurt them. They don't forget. And in the fog, they can almost reach out and touch this world again." Her warning proved prophetic. I was caught out one late afternoon, returning from a fruitless trip to the county records office farther inland, when the fog rolled in from the bay with astonishing speed. 1 minute, a hazy visibility. The next, I was enveloped in a cloying, opaque soup that swallowed the road, the trees, everything. My headlights were useless, reflecting back a blinding white wall. I slowed to a crawl, my heart thumping. Then I heard it, a soft, shuffling footstep on the gravel shoulder, unnervingly close. Then another, a wet, ragged cough. And then the whistling, that same discordant, wandering melody, no longer distant, but seeming to emanate from just beyond the driver's side window. I couldn't see a thing, but I felt it, a malevolent presence, a palpable hatred, radiating through the dense, chilling curtain of white. It felt like something was circling my car, testing its defenses, searching. I gripped the wheel, my breath held tight, every nerve screaming. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sounds receded, the sense of immediate presence lessened, though the whistling lingered, a faint, mocking echo, swallowed by the oppressive gray. I didn't dare move until the fog thinned. Hours later, into a merely unsettling mist, the town's strange afflictions intensified with the fog. The phantom payphone rang more frequently, its summons more insistent, sometimes from multiple directions at once. The shadows around Hillcrest seemed to creep further down the hill each night, emboldened by the occluding veil. I even caught Evelyn Hayes acting strangely. Her unofficial assistance had dried up, her demeanor becoming more distant, almost furtive. I saw her car one evening, parked near a dilapidated, long-abandoned weather station on the bluffs overlooking the bay, a place notorious for its dense, localized fog patches. She was alone, standing near the cliff edge, seeming to stare out into the roiling gray, her posture almost devotional. When she saw me, she started, offered a curt, unconvincing excuse about checking air quality, and quickly drove off, driven by a gnawing suspicion. I returned to the weather station late the following night. The fog was thicker than I had ever seen it, a suffocating, silent entity. With a powerful flashlight, I cautiously approached the crumbling building. The door was ajar. Inside, lit by the eerie glow of battery-powered lanterns, Evelyn Hayes was not checking air quality. On the dusty concrete floor, she had drawn a complex series of interlocking circles and arcane symbols, reminiscent of something I'd once seen in a book on alchemy or an occult diagram. In the center, Scylla diagram, an array of scientific instruments, anemometers, barometers, strange antenna-like devices, hummed faintly. She was murmuring something, too low to discern, her hands outstretched towards the open doorway, where the fog, thick as cotton batting, pressed in like an expectant visitor. It looked, for all the world, like she was attempting to communicate with it, or perhaps to channel it. The pieces, still a horrifying puzzle, were beginning to slot into place, and the picture they formed was far more monstrous than I could have imagined. The fog didn't lift. For 7 days and 7 nights, Millbrook was swallowed by a silent, pearlescent leviathan. It crept into every alley, seeped under every door, a suffocating blanket that muted the world and amplified the whispers of the unseen. The sun became a distant, forgotten memory. The moon a mere suggestion of ghostly light behind the impenetrable gray. Power lines heavy with moisture sputtered and failed, plunging the town into an even deeper, more primal darkness. The few remaining landlines crackled with static, voices from the outside world becoming faint and distorted, as if filtered through an immense distance. Millbrook was an island, adrift in a sea of insubstantial horrors. The rules became a grim, desperate mantra, then a cruel joke. Hillcrest no longer kept to its cursed hill. In the disorienting fog, its malignant influence seemed to bleed outwards. Shapes, unmistakably human yet unnervingly distorted, were glimpsed at the edges of vision, shuffling just beyond the feeble reach of flashlights, their mournful sighs carried on the damp air. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the outskirts nearest the asylum, swore he woke to find shadowy figures standing in his cornfield, their heads lolling, their spectral hands reaching. The phantom payphones became a torturous chorus. Hurry! Shame us! Run! No longer a single distant summons. They rang from every forgotten corner, sometimes 3 or 4 at once, their jangling discordance a soundtrack to the town's descent. And now, if you listened, truly listened past the metallic shriek of the bell, you could hear voices, faint, gasping, riddled with static, but voices nonetheless. They whispered names of long-dead Millbrook residents, names of doctors from Hillcrest's darkest days, and then, chillingly, names of the living. My name, Brody's, Ellie's. They weren't asking for help, but they were issuing indictments or perhaps invitations. The fog itself was no longer a passive curtain. It was an active participant, It eddied and swirled with an unnatural sentience, forming grotesque, half-seen shapes that writhed and dissolved. The cold it carried was bone-deep, a sepulchral chill that no amount of layered clothing could ward off. And within its opaque embrace, the whistler became bolder, its discordant, wandering nursery rhyme-like tune a constant, unnerving presence. Doors were found mysteriously unlatched. Objects moved. Cold spots appeared and vanished within locked rooms. One family on the edge of town barricaded themselves in their cellar after seeing a tall, gaunt figure with glowing eyes peering through their kitchen window, its breath misting the pane, its lips puckered in that infernal whistle. Ellie Ainsworth. Her small house now a candlelit fortress of books and fear, her eyes wide and luminous in the flickering light, finally shared the darkest secrets from her family's journals. Dr. Lawrence Winters hadn't just been conducting unethical experiments. He'd been obsessed with the very fabric of consciousness, with breaching the veil between perceived reality and something else. He believed the human mind, under extreme duress or chemical alteration, could become a conduit, a doorway. Hillcrest wasn't just a dumping ground for the unwanted. It was his laboratory for interdimensional trespassing. The collective sigh, as Ellie called the entity, wasn't just the sum of patient suffering. It was the raw, bleeding wound in reality that Winters had torn open. A wound that now wept tormented psychic energy and yearned to draw everything into its sight. Zensless, sorrowful void. Armed with this terrifying knowledge, I confronted Dr. Evelyn Hayes. I found her not at her clinic, but at the old weather station, her strange array of instruments now humming with a frantic, unstable energy, the symbols on the floor glowing faintly, the fog outside pressed against the windows like a living thing, its tendrils seeking entry. "This has to stop, Evelyn!" I yelled, my voice hoarse, the flashlight beam shaking in my hand. "Whatever you're doing, you're making it worse." Her composure finally cracked. Tears streamed down her face, etching paths through the grime and exhaustion. "You think I want this, Frank?" she cried, her voice ragged. "He opened a door he couldn't close. My father, he was a monster, yes, but he was also a brilliant, deluded fool. He thought he could control it, master it." She gestured wildly at her equipment. "This isn't to amplify it. It's to understand it, to find the frequency, the counter-resonance." He left notes, fragmented, insane, but they hint at a way to seal the rift, or at least contain it. But I need a focus, a conductor, someone with a pre-existing connection to Hillcrest's original trauma. Her gaze, desperate and feverish, fixed on me. "That old case of yours, Frank. The nurse who vanished. The investigation you were pulled from. You were close then. You carry an echo of it." Before I could process the monstrous implication, Brody Maxwell burst through the door, his face pale, his shotgun at the ready. "Frank, Hayes, it's everywhere." "They're coming from the asylum grounds. Not just shadows anymore. They're more solid." He'd seen the true extent of the breach. The years of denial finally shattered, as if summoned by his words. The humming from Evelyn's equipment escalated into a deafening, painful whine. The fog outside the windows seemed to solidify further, and a figure coalesced within it, pressing against the glass. The Whistler, its shadowy form more defined, its eyes burning with a cold, hungry light. It tapped a long, skeletal finger on the pane, the sound sharp and distinct above the electronic shriek. Evelyn stumbled back, her face a mask of terror and dawning realization. "It's too strong," she gasped. My attempts to map it. I think I've only shown it the way more clearly. It's using the fog as a bridge, coalescing. The old weather station groaned, the structure protesting under an unseen pressure. The door we'd entered through, slammed shut with a violent crack, the rusted lock re-engaging as if turned by an invisible hand. We were trapped. Outside, the cacophony of phantom phone bells reached a maddening peak, and from the direction of Hillcrest, a low, collective moan, a sound of 1,000 tormented souls, began to roll across the fog-choked town, growing louder, closer. The collective sigh was no longer whispering. It was roaring, and in its vanguard, heralded by its discordant tune, the Whistler was trying to get in. The true, unmaking hour Scylla Millbrook had arrived. The old weather station became a fragile bastion against a besieging army of phantoms. The Whistler's relentless tapping on the glass grew more insistent, accompanied by a scraping sound, as if something sharp was being drawn across the panes. Cracks began to spiderweb from the tapping point. Outside, the collective moaning intensified, a tidal wave of sorrow and rage threatening to drown us. Brody, his face a grim mask, stood ready with his shotgun, though we all knew conventional weapons were likely useless against this tide. The primary focus, Hillcrest. Evelyn gasped, her eyes darting between her wildly fluctuating instruments and the besieged windows. My father's notes. He mentioned a nexus point in the old administration wing, where the initial dimensional fissure occurred. Where, if we can disrupt the energy flow there, we might, just might, sever the main conduit. It was a desperate half-baked plan, born Scylla terror and fragmented research, but it was all we had. And how do we get to Hillcrest through that? Brody gestured with his shotgun towards the opaque, roiling fog outside, now filled with indistinct, lumbering shapes that moved with a horrifying, purposeful slowness. The Whistler, I said, the chilling realization dawning. Its tune. Ellie said the patients were looking for the doctors. Winters was the primary. The Whistler, it's not just wandering. It's a hunter, or maybe a shepherd guiding the others. My old forgotten case file detail clicked into place. The missing nurse had last been seen arguing with Winters, and a patient known for his incessant, tuneless whistling had been nearby. If we can neutralize or distract the Whistler, Evelyn said, her mind racing, it might create enough chaos among the others to give us a window. She pointed to a complex diagram in her father's journal. He was working on a sonic dampener, something to counteract the specific frequencies he believed opened the rift. I've tried to replicate it, but it's unstable. She indicated a portable, jury-rigged device on her workbench, wires trailing, emitting a low, almost inaudible thrum. It was a suicide mission, but the alternative was to be consumed here. Brody, his face set, nodded. I'll draw its fire. You two, get that thing to Hillcrest. He checked his shotgun shells, his hands surprisingly steady. The plan, if it could be called that, was terrifyingly simple. Brody would create a diversion, try to lure the Whistler away from the weather station. Gio, Evelyn and I, under the cover of that chaos and armed with her unstable sonic device, would make a desperate run for Hillcrest through the fog-choked, phantom-infested town. As Brody threw open the door and fired a volley into the pressing fog, roaring a challenge, the Whistler's tapping instantly ceased. A truly unearthly shriek tore through the night, followed by Brody's bellow of pain and the clatter of his shotgun. The fog outside the doorway swirled violently, and then a moment of relative quiet. Now, Evelyn urged, grabbing the sonic device. We plunged into the nightmare. The fog was alive, its tendrils cold and grasping, whispering forgotten names and fragments of mad ramblings. Shapes lunged from the gray, their faces blurred in the mist, their touch like ice. We stumbled, ran, guided more by memory of Millbrook's layout than by sight. Several times the mournful chorus of the phantom phones seemed to erupt right beside us, spectral voices calling our names, trying to lure us off course. Evelyn clutched the sonic device, its low thrum occasionally spiking. causing the nearby fog shapes to momentarily recoil, their outlines wavering. Hillcrest Asylum was worse than any memory. The air itself throbbed with a malevolent energy. The administration wing, where Evelyn believed the nexus point lay, was a gaping wound, half collapsed, spectral figures drifting through its ruined corridors like dispossessed royalty. As we reached what Winters had designated his observation chamber, a circular room with a floor covered in faded complex sigils, the Whistler appeared, not as a silhouette, but horribly partially materialized, taller than a man, clad in what looked like decayed asylum fatigues, its face a nightmarish ruin of elongated features and hollow burning eyes. It had Brody's torn sheriff's jacket, snagged on one skeletal arm. Its whistling was no longer tuneless, but a coherent, mind-shattering dirge. It lunged. Evelyn screamed, activating the sonic dampener at full power. A high-pitched, dissonant whine filled the room, so intense it felt like my skull would crack. The Whistler shrieked, its form flickering, its physical manifestation seeming to unravel. The spectral figures in the corridors wailed and scattered. The very stones of Hillcrest seemed to groan in protest. Evelyn, her face a mask of desperate concentration, directed the sonic beam towards the center of the sigil-covered floor. The air shimmered. A visible tear like heat haze over asphalt appeared above the sigils, a wound in the world. "Frank," she yelled over the din. "Your connection. That old case. You have to provide an anchor, something rooted in this world, to sever the ethereal." I didn't understand, not fully, but I knew I had to try. I knew I had to try. I focused on the image of the missing nurse, on Winter's cold eyes, on the crushing weight of the unsolved. I poured all my regret, my 30 years of carried guilt, into that moment, projecting it towards the shimmering tear. The tear pulsed violently. The Whistler gave one final ear-splitting shriek and dissolved into oily smoke. Evelyn collapsed, the sonic dampener falling from her grasp, its whine dying, and slowly, agonizingly, the shimmering tear began to shrink, to knit itself closed, the collective moan of the sigh fading with it. The oppressive weight in the air lessened. The fog outside the shattered windows of Hillcrest began, almost imperceptibly, to thin. The sun rose on a Millbrook scoured clean, not by water, but by an ordeal that had stripped away its placid facade. The fog, the unnatural sentient beast that had held the town hostage, was gone, leaving behind a world unnervingly bright, sharp-edged, and quiet. Too quiet. We found Brody Maxwell near the weather station, alive, miraculously, but badly injured, his arm broken, his face a roadmap of new terrors. He'd fought the Whistler, wounded it with buckshot laced with rock salt, an old wives' tale he desperately gambled on, and it had been enough to make it retreat, however briefly. Evelyn Hayes was changed. The ordeal at Hillcrest had taken its toll. She survived, but the fierce light in her eyes was dimmed, replaced by a deep, weary understanding. The sonic dampener, or perhaps her proximity to the closing rift, had left her sensitive. She claimed she could still feel the thin places in the world, could still hear the faintest echoes still a collective sigh, a constant low hum beneath the noise of everyday life. She dedicated herself to monitoring Hillcrest from afar, a solitary, self-appointed guardian. Millbrook itself became a town of hushed conversations and averted gazes. Some families packed up and left within the week, unable to bear the weight of what they had almost seen, almost heard. Others, the old-timers mostly, stayed, their silence a testament to resilience, or perhaps a grim acceptance of the darkness that lay just beneath the surface of their small New England lives. The stories of the long fog would become another layer in Millbrook's haunted folklore, whispered by future generations. I chose to stay, Retirement in Millbrook was no longer about peace. It was about vigil. I faced the ghosts of my past, looked into the abyss that Winters had so arrogantly breached, and somehow survived. The guilt over the old nurse's case hadn't vanished, but it had shifted. I hadn't solved it, not in the way a cop solves a case, but I had, perhaps, helped close a door that should never have been opened. Months later, on a crisp, clear autumn night, the kind selenite Millbrook had probably forgotten it could have, I was walking Old Mill Road, the road that led past Hillcrest. I hadn't taken it since that first fateful drive. Tonight I did. The asylum was a dark, silent ruin against the star-dusted sky. No flickering lights, no drifting shadows. It felt dormant, not empty. Never truly empty, but quiescent. Then, as I passed the crumbling main gates, I heard it, faint, almost carried away on the breeze, but unmistakable. A single tinny burring from the direction of the town. Just once. Then silence. A beat passed. Then, from the wooded hillside just beyond the asylum grounds, another sound drifted down. A soft, almost melancholic whistling. Not the discordant, hunting tune Scylla whistler, but a different melody, simpler, sadder. It wasn't a threat. It felt like an echo, a reminder, a quiet acknowledgement that some doors, even when closed, are never truly, fully sealed, and that some silences are merely the pause between one whisper and the next. My watch in Millbrook, I realized, was far from over. It had only just found its true beginning. Hillcrest Asylum. It looms over Millbrook like a memory that refuses to fade. Frank Simmons learned that some doors, once opened, are never truly closed. The rules were a desperate attempt to contain the horror, but the collective sigh remembers. The fog may have cleared, but the echoes remain. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation. The twist that reveals the true, ongoing cost of Millbrook's secrets. The last few moments change everything. What do you think the collective sigh is? What was Dr. Winters truly trying to achieve? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the long fog, if Hillcrest hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some towns, they never truly let you leave. And the watch is eternal.